Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, October the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear and see my screen, or hear me and see my screen in the main room. Maybe somebody in our YouTube room could do the same thing for me. Make sure you guys can hear me and see my screen. So, as always, now we are in for a gap down. Basically, let's see, the market was up 10. Yes, I'm just looking at the SPY. So the market was up 10, the SPY was. Right now we're down 6, so market is in for a bit of a gap down. Thank you, Dorf, in our YouTube room. Okay, GWAV. Let's take a look at the ones that are really flying this morning. GWAV, Greenwave Technologies. Now, I had a nice day yesterday, but that day yesterday was nothing compared to what it's doing today. Now let's take a look. Any reason why? I'm trying to just don't see any reason why. I know there is a reason why, but I just can't see what it is. Greenwave Technology. See if there's no, I don't see the reason. Other than, of course, it's a crazy low float of 520,000 in the float. 10 million have traded already. Well, let's take a look at this weekly chart. The weekly chart, that next high is 2036 on the weekly chart. This morning, it did get past that. It got up to about 23. The next high after that would be 2124, 2398, 24. So, if it can clear the pre-market high somehow, then the next high in the weekly chart is around 31. So there would be some room. Yeah, thank you, William. It's just a momentum mover. Yeah, it's not nothing that I can find. Just again, another low floater that some group somewhere has got a hold of it and decided, let's do it. Let's do this one today. Now the other one, GWH, still here, yes. Continuation now, guys. I mean, great day on Friday, better day yesterday, and nice continuation so far today. The high of yesterday was up here around 14, closed down here at 9. So that's a big pullback. That was a big, big, big pullback percentage-wise. Could not hold, certainly did not hold its gains, but it is above the close of yesterday. So again, you just have to wait and see how it's going to open. Not touch shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. ELAB. Now, big pop up to almost 19, almost cut in half now. I do not see any news on it. Again, I'm just looking at my news headlines. I don't see any news on it. This is certainly not a continuation from yesterday. Last 4 days were down. So can't find any news on it. Physician dispensed skincare company. So it's got nothing to do with metals or magnets or rare earth or AI or crypto. So I don't know what's going on with ELAB. Now we know this is a metals play, AQMS. It's because it's got metals in the name, Aqua Metals. So a big day yesterday, maybe, and through the it did get through the 200-day moving average, but it did close below it. And now big pop. I mean, up 75%. Another low floater, 1.8 million in the float. And I cannot see any specific news for it. NVA, this is definitely is a metals play. Nova, metals play and minerals. So it must have something to do. Oh, it's Australia. I didn't know that. So it's something to do with rare metals, of course, or more than likely. So Nova, NVA, big move. Another low float, 6.3 million. You see the pattern here, guys? All these low floaters going crazy. This is, I mean, this is a low float for a stock of this price, 6.3 million. Another low floater, guys, JDZG. No news, China stock, low float. No news that I can see. No, when I say no news, I'm just looking at my news headline. I'm sure there was probably something out there somewhere, but I just can't find it. You guys are talking about Second Skin. Is this Second Skin? SSKN? Strataskin. I thought it was Second Skin. Yeah, right at the 200-day moving average. What is the float? Let me. Sometimes you have to click on it again. What is the float? So 3.6 million. Another low floater through the 200-day moving average as we speak. The next high looking left, 257, and then 264, and then 3. So it doesn't have a ton of room. And they did have news, yes, announces a clinical case study, etc. Speaking of earnings, let's take a look at some of the ones that are WFC. This is an earnings play. WFC, Wells Fargo. So that's a bank, of course. So this is one of the first banks, I guess. So WFC, good sign for the banks, perhaps. The high looking left looks like it's right there. 81.69. So it's right there. If it takes that out, the next high, 83.59. So that is Wells Fargo. And we have Citigroup also as an earnings play. Lithium guy, or I think this is lithium. LITM is moving here. Snow Lake Resources, LITM, on the move. Yeah, I don't know what the it drives me crazy. Sometimes you just can't see the float information. I don't know why, but sure, I'll see it now. Sure, it's a low float. Yeah, 7 million in the float. Canadian company out of Winnipeg. Wow, Winnipeg. Not too many companies out of Winnipeg these days. That trade. We're just going to say, yeah. So the big guys, Goldman Sachs, J.P. Morgan. My earnings season will start in a couple of weeks. You're absolutely right. Getting all these big guys out of the way. Some of them anyway. Trilogy metals. What three metals do they do? No, they're lying. They should be called copper, zinc, lead, gold, and silver, and bornite. All right. Let's see. Anything else? I mean, I know there's also known as AKA is, let's see, 32%. Again, no news. No news that I can see. Except here it is again, guys. 980,000 in the float. This hit a high of 1752 in the post market yesterday. Again, I do not see any news on it whatsoever. Look to see if this had done a financing or something, but no. This NAMM, which was super active yesterday, got up to 5, closed down here at 4. But it is, I was looking to see if they did a financing, but I don't see it. I don't see any financing news for them. So this is certainly bucking the trend of minerals. LITM is moving, guys. So the high yesterday was 743. Now that is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. There. Oh, that's right. I've got a price alert at the high of yesterday. This is actually shortable for me. 393,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. So if it starts to run out of steam here, Albertsons. This is also an earnings play, guys. Now this is a big float, but it is up. Yeah, good. Goldman falls after a quarterly, so let's take a look at Goldman. Wow, that's a big move down for Goldman. 2.7% with that float. Actually, the float is only it's 310 million. For some reason, I would have thought it would be in the billions, but it is not. But Goldman is falling on earnings, guys. Hmm. Interesting that Wells Fargo and Citigroup is up. How about JP Morgan? Yeah, basically flat. But the way Goldman is trading, hmm, got to be an ETF for Goldman, right? There's got to be. So, Wei Dong in our YouTube room, did you understand what I meant? You have to click on my homepage link. You said you can't get into the other room. Just click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit on the right hand side. There's a link to get into the room. Now, if you can't get in, I don't know why. Now, DHT, guys, this is breaking down through the 200-day moving average. DHT breaking down through that 200-day moving average. The next low looking left on the weekly chart, it's too close, 1066. Oh, good. Okay. Have to do that every day, every single day. I don't think you can't save a link. You have to come in through the through either my homepage or through the company homepage. All right. Let's take a look now. Now the market was up yesterday, of course. So what I want to see is XLE. What did XLE do? No, it's still below the 200-day moving average. Did not get above it yesterday, even though the market. So energy is still weak and weakening a little bit more this morning. Okay. So even though the market was up, ripped higher, energy did not really. XLV, healthcare. See if healthcare. Now healthcare should have. No, not really. So healthcare. I mean, it had a positive candle, but not nothing sterling. And how about consumer staples? I'm just looking at these ones that are, the ones that are close to the 200-day moving average. Yeah, still moving away from that 200-day moving average. So we have two of the major sectors, energy and consumer staples, are below the 200-day moving average. Okay, let's take a look at something else. EDHL, EDHL. Yeah, this scan here, this tree map here, I do have stocks that are at least have to be at least 50 cents. It's the only one of my call it a scan that is less than a dollar. Everything else is over a dollar that you're going to see once I get SBLX guys. I'm hearing it. SBLX popping. SBLX is popping. This is a stable X. Low float, 1.3 million in the float. So what did it do? Got up to 724 and pulled all the way back here. Shoot, there were shorts available too. Got to see it though. You really got to see this pop. I heard it, but then the other thing is, okay, is this really a top? Because when you look left, 1055 is the next high. So there was still room for this one to keep moving. And partners with BitGo to secure and scale its one. Also, so even though, excuse me, when you look at their profile, it has nothing to do with this. Okay, so they're doing the digital asset treasury strategy also. I think they did that before, right? Because I recognize this name, and I think they probably announced that back here. So again, nothing to do with what they do. Okay, which is the design, development, manufacture, and sale of compact electric fuel solutions. Has nothing to do with that now. So again, it is interesting because of the gap, the big gap, potential gap fill here. Ozzy, good morning to you also. So the market now, so the market low is down here around 654. So the market is trying. It's at the VWAP right now, still down 5 points, a little over 5 points. The SPY is. So that'll be 3 days in a row where we've had big SPY moves. 18 down 18 on Friday, up 10 yesterday, down 5 so far today. WMT is on the move. You guys are talking something to do with that, OpenAI. Yeah. So partners with OpenAI to launch Chat GPT shopping with instant checkout. All right. So there is a little bit of room still for Walmart if it wants to. 106 is the next high looking left on the daily chart for Walmart, WMT. I forgot to mention CRML. CRML, is it still here? There you are. Other metals play. William, All right, CRML. So I'll yeah, this is just a personal aside with William. It's not it's I'll talk about it later. CRML guys, critical metals, and again, anything with metals in the name, especially if it's well, this is lithium. And the float for this one is so it's not crazy low. It's 41, 40, almost 42 million shares in the float. Very few shares available for me at Interactive Brokers. 1.4, 1,400 shares available. Yeah, so this is I think an important level now for CRML to try to hold. It's just underneath 30 now. The low here is 28.25. Right down here is 27. So if it starts to give it up, again, the low, I think holding under 30 will be, especially with the market the way it is. I mean, yes, these like metal stocks, probably a few AI stocks, but the overall market right now, as we speak, is in for a gap down. Now, it could turn into my favorite day, a gap down. Let's see what happens here. A gap down and then a slow recovery all day. Why is that a favorite day? Because a lot of the stocks that gap down, it's through no fault of their own. In other words, they don't have bad news on their own. They're just moving with the market. But if the market starts to move back, a lot of those stocks, that's exactly what they'll do. Ooh, was it QBTS or I don't think it was QBTS, was it, William? Jeez, I don't think it was. I mean, QBTS probably had a run, but I mean, it had a run. I don't know if that's the one though. Oh, that's it? Wow. Okay. Yeah, the other one was maybe it was also this one. Now, as somebody pointed that out, RB pointed out, QS could have been QS also. I don't know which one actually moved more, but well, CRML is really starting to give it up a little, guys. CRML should have just taken this one, but I did not. Breaking down underneath 30. SPLX guys continuing. I don't know how much it pulled back. I know it pulled back, and this is a 15-minute candle. Take a look at a 5. Yeah, so you can see that it popped up here, pulled back down to 654. I'm now moving higher. Can't see the pullback on the 15, of course. All that room, guys, 1058. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but all that room. Bitcoin. Wow, Bitcoin's down 5,300. Back down to 110,000. Take a look at IBIT. Yeah, look at this. So this is Friday's action yesterday, even though I'm sorry, that's Friday's action. That's yesterday. So, Bitcoin really did not have a big recovery, even though the market was up. All right, got to get my layout, my 9:30 layout up and running. So give me a moment. I got to save my layout. As always, saving my layout, even though I don't think I made any changes, but just out of force of habit, that's what I'll do, what I always do. Close all these windows down. Give me one moment, guys. I want to make an adjustment to one of my scans on my other monitor. Okay, now, next thing I want to do, just bring up an abbreviated pre-market actives up. Okay, now these are the top 6. I do that just in case we or I forgot to mention some stock. So far, we have the ELAB still up here, AQMS. Here's that SSKN, NVA. Remember if I talked about, I think, this is a buyout. Okay, that's right. I have this on my list, ATXS. Now, it's a buyout by BCRX, but it is a stock and cash. So if BCRX starts moving down, so will ATX. So should ATXS, because this is a stock and cash. I don't know what the ratio is. $700 million implies a per share value of 13. Now, before you say, well, if it's an implied value of 13, why don't I just buy it right now at 11.94 and make a guaranteed dollar? No. All right, guys, just checking the SPY before we before the 9:30 open. There's that VWAP again. Okay, testing the VWAP again. Had a nice little pop through it, but testing it again before what time is it now? 9:28. So William is saying that shop could be a good short idea because of the Walmart news, the WMT news. Okay. Why would that be? Shopify is just a website for what would that have anything to do with Walmart? Thank you, Libby. I thought Shopify was just really to help people develop websites but I'll take your word for it. All right, guys, we've got about 10 seconds to 9:30. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. And let's see. Here we go, guys. Okay, let's see. Anything that we haven't talked about creeping in here? This is the large cap gainers from the start of the race. Sorry, not large cap. This is the large cap version. Let's take a look at the market now. So the market is still hanging around the VWAP, okay? At least the SPY is. When I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. Hanging around the VWAP. That's that purple line on my chart. DVLT guys, super active one over the last. Now look what happened though. Wow, last very active, many days. What did it started from 40 cent stock, got all the way up to 219. Actually, got all the way up to 310, and then last week it started its descent. Wow, look at CRML guys. Shoot, should have taken it. Didn't do it. CRML. Ah, a 30 break. Celebi. All right, G wave now, guys. G wave. This very low float. Very low float. High in the pre-market was up here around $20. Continuing now. It's had the pullback. Yes, it had the pullback, but CRML. I don't know if anybody took it, but that has been an awesome short from 30. GD, oh, J, sorry, not G, but JDZ, G, yeah. There's the VWAP is up here, 315. That's far enough away. Oh, CRML, what a nice, almost $2.50 now. All right, another active one in the past, NUAI. Let's take a look at NUAI. Now, the next thing, 293. To me, that's well, I mean, obviously, if you took it at 268 and it got to 293, that'd be great. But I always think of these things as being, that it's got to get through that. And, traders, if they're in it right now, as it approaches this, they may start to offlift some, maybe 28 million in the float. If it takes that out, next high is a little over 3. Wow. Well, I probably should look for maybe a bounce on CRML. That is just, well, I'm going to have to call it a big miss by me. I liked it under 30. I just didn't act on it. 2680 now. That is now the low. It's still up 16%, but it is the low. Yeah, I definitely took out the pre-market low. All right, D-Low. Take a look at D-Low, large capper on the move. Excuse me. Too close. Look left, 1520. Too close for me anyway. It's the next high looking left. Market is now, that's a big plunge on the first 5 minutes anyway. Through the VWAP now. So the market was up, 10 yesterday? So we're giving a lot of that back already. SBLX halted on the way up. You are right. This is a kind of an altcoin play. Not kind of, it is. Boy, even if you're lying, did anybody take CRML? Because that is just a great short under 30. I would have done it, except I wanted to wait till the market to open, but it went too quickly. Went quickly for me. I mean, the next low looking, I'm not saying it's going to get to 1681, but that is the next low. Now, all the shares have been taken now, Interactive Brokers. 5 seconds ago, there were 4,000 shares and they've just been snapped up. Now there's been a little, see how this works? This is Interactive Brokers, okay, guys? This is telling me how many shares are available right now to short. And you saw how it flashed 1,000 now. So there's a little, every time you see it, there's a little bit of covering. This is Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. So now you can see some are just as there's a bit of a pop here. All right, AQMS, I think this has been halted on the way up, guys. Yes, halted on the way up. So metals play, of course. G-Wave, guys. Now G-Wave, where's G-Wave? Yeah, G-Wave. I mean, this is now you think that 131%, I talked about this yesterday, just because the stock is up 131% does not mean it can't go higher. You see a lot, look at this market, boy, it's getting ripped down now, guys. I mean, again, big moves, 8 points is historically is a big move. So G-Wave, let's see what could happen with G-Wave. Okay, G-Wave just won that last race. This is I don't know if I've shown this screen today, but if I haven't, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This blue screen I'm displaying right here. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. So can't see the symbol, but it is a GWAV, halted at 1966. This call, I'm trying to show you where it could open. No big clue, obviously. Now it's the first halt. Yeah, it's the first halt of the day for GWAV. Usually the first halts can be good in that it'll gap above the halt price. What I'm going to be looking for is potentially, if it doesn't gap too much above the halt price and then comes back down through the halt price and then makes its way through the halt price again, I may pounce. If it opens up a little bit below the halt price and then it gets through the halt price, I may pounce. Not saying for anybody to do the same thing. Let's take a look on the monthly chart. Where could it go? Yeah, obviously it's got a ton of room. No, yeah, 24 on the monthly chart. Let me get a weekly chart up just to see where it could go. Yeah, so there's a little more resistance, right? A little over $20 for this. So not as much room as I'd like, but we'll have to see once it opens. PJ, there's your FOFO. Halted on the way down. FOFO halted on the way down. I know it's not your. I know it's not your yours anymore. But uranium. So uranium stocks are moving down lower. This is the ETF for uranium. Okay, guys. Now, obviously, the attraction of this SPLX is the potential gap fill. I think this is also on the daily chart. Well, the weekly anyway, up to 10. Not saying it's getting there, of course. Now, some of these stocks, I mean, this is up 31%, has not pulled back that much. This is the type of stock so far, okay, so far, doesn't care what the market's doing, okay? Alpha stock doesn't care what the market is doing. Okay, guys, so we've had a little pullback for the SPLX. I'm going to put another price alert around 711. All right, GWAV just opened, and okay, so what was it was halted at what 1966, right? So it is now. Now that was a pretty big pullback down to 19 for me, anyway. But if it gets through 1966, the high in the pre-market was up here around 20. So 20 could be a block, guys. Psychological number, so could be or not, or not. Yeah. Didn't take it. Did not take it. Wow. Probably gonna get halted again. It's gonna get halted again. How do I know? Because the spread's a penny right now. There's no way that that can be. No way. No way. No way. Come on, don't make a liar to me. There you go. There's the halt. Well, it just the pullback was too much for me. Yeah, I mean, had it got down to about, 1950, 19 even, 45 or so, and then popped through that 1966. But it got all the way back down to 19, and that was a little bit more of a pullback that I'm because anyway, what's done is done. Yeah, the SPY guys. I mean, the SPY now basically. Remember, the SPY was up 10 points yesterday, so at this stage, we're basically wiping out those gains. JDZG is still hanging around here. Look at the weekly chart. Probably have to go to a monthly chart. So the next high is 381 on the monthly chart. There's the VWAP 310. So it's still far enough away. All right, now SPLX. Okay, back up again. Okay, guys, I'm getting very interested in the SPLX. High up here is 784. Still got to keep over that 7 level. Price alert around 717. So you can see what JDZG did so far anyway. It got right into the VWAP and that stalled it so far. Okay. That acted as resistance so far. This was an earnings play, wasn't it? It's a fairly recent earnings play, I think. Fastenal. Yeah, right here. In fact, well, yesterday. So a gap down on earnings. So it, and look what it did. It just a tease here at 7, guys, for the SBLX. Keeps teasing us here. Really interested in it, guys. I just hope it. I want it to hold 7 in a bigger way. It keeps triggering my price alerts. Remember, my price alerts. It doesn't mean I just take the trade if it triggers. I just want to see first of all if it gets to that price. But every time it does, it just drops. Boy, now the spread. Even though the spread is not great. 7-7, like 7-7-12. Spread is not great. I mean, it's tightening up a bit. All about the float, look at that float, 1.3 million. So it's a very low float. Fixating on it because, well, if you have our AI, you probably know why. All right. Well, I mean, have my price alert set up here again and see if it takes it out later on. I have to move on. Whoa. So FOFO on the way down. Okay. Wow. There were shorts available too at Interactive Brokers. So I don't think this G wave is open yet, has it? No. So this is longer than a 5-minute halt. If you're unfamiliar with this, the halts and resumes, typically they are 5-minute halts. Stock moves up. Very simple definition. Stock moves up too quickly, gets halted. Usually it's a 5-minute halt. If it's not a 5-minute halt, usually it's a multiple of 5. So in this case, if it is, it'll open in 9:52 plus 54 seconds. In SDST, you guys were talking about this one, was halted. Halted at what, 714? So it opened just a little bit below Stardust Power. Okay. Okay, guys. Just kind of again, kind of waiting on that SBLX to see if it does pop through 7 again. I have a price alert set here. It's just kind of hanging around. Yodel, YDDL. Okay, now we saw this was an IPO from I guess 3 days ago. Okay, obviously a ton of room, 890, ton of room. This was the high, the second day of its IPO. One and One Green Technologies, YDDL, out of this is a beautiful flag out of the Philippines. Yeah, the Philippines. Okay, GWAV did open up, guys. It did open up and just absolutely exploded. Boy, big miss. Oh well, but look at that. I mean, look, this is why. Look at the float, guys. 520,000 in the float. Look how it got up to 23.54 and pulled all the way back down to 20.42. That was like a $3 drop in seconds. Milliseconds, probably. Yeah, nanoseconds. Yeah. So this is a warrant. This is one of those SPACs. Not interested. Well, guys, I think hopefully you can understand how I look at things a little bit anyway. The SPLX, I was not going to, I mean, it still could come back later on, but I was not going to anticipate that it would finally really take this out and say to myself, you know what, just take the trade. It has to trigger the way I want it to. Saves myself a lot of money by not for me personally, anyway, I don't do a lot of anticipatory trades. Look at this, guys. Now the market now, so through the VWAP again. Okay, so now the market's had a bounce. So a lot of stocks that were beaten down because of the overall market probably are obviously are having good bounces. All right, how about this one, NVX, a real small one, just over $3, and the next high looking left is wow, got room, guys, 366. So lithium, so it's a metal, call it a rare metal, lithium, whatever you want to call it, in that popular sector right now, of course. And what's the float? The float is actually it's not a low float, 139 million. They don't all have to be low floats. It's interesting that we'd see this one here. I'm going to explain all this this race and these three races that you do see. Give me a moment, guys. All right. Well, or not Ori, Obi, you were right. EDHL did finally get through a dollar. I know you talked about it's in the pre-market. Look at that. I mean, 40 cents, 110%. I typically don't trade stocks under a dollar. Look at this market. What a bounce now, guys. 653, 656. What a bounce. Well, let's see if it takes out this level up here. Could be a bit of resistance on the SPY right up here. Takes that out. All right, GWAV halted on the way down now, guys. Now I'm going to be watching this one. There's the VWAP right here. 1870 is the VWAP. It is halted. This blue screen is telling me this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price potential of GWAV. 2025 is the halt price. This is trying to give you a bit of a clue as to where it could open. As you see, it's probably going to open below. Okay, that's what this column is telling you. But you can also see that these numbers fluctuate. If it's a 5-minute halt, this will be fluctuating for the 5 minutes. I'd love to see if it gets close to the VWAP and if the VWAP holds it, acts as support. All right, guys, listen, I'm going to go over my homepage right now as I'm waiting for that one to potentially open. I'm going to go over my homepage, including all the scans that I'm currently sharing. I'm going to go over this race and the concept of racing, really, and why I think it's an excellent way to track the stocks and create a watch list for you automatically. And again, when I say create a watch list for you, it doesn't have to be these stocks. And I'll explain what I mean by that. All right, so clicking on my homepage link. So this is, I think these are still valid until midnight tonight, midnight Eastern, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Excuse me. So if you want to take out a premium subscription annual, you can get 30% off. Premium monthly, you can get 22% off. First month only. And then the two other subscriptions, we have a standard monthly, you'll get 15% off the first month only, or 15% off the entire year. Okay. So these are the three that we've got. Those of you who are in YouTube, and also though, even if you're coming into there are two rooms. And before I keep going, first of all, welcome. If you're new to these rooms, I moderate a YouTube room and then what I call the main room. Welcome. This is the format. Monday to Friday. Now, the main room, as I call it, is open at 6:45 Eastern time in the morning, obviously. I try to open the YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. And then I get on the mic at about 9 o'clock in both rooms. So why don't I open the room? early at 6:45 because I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me. But Obi in the main room opens it at 6:45. So I don't get on the mic until 9, but there's still a lot of action in the room. A lot of people, a lot of traders are in the room. So if you're looking for more interaction amongst traders, for those of you in YouTube, and if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down, here it is, Trading Room. Okay. And also, even if you're coming into the room every day, probably just save my homepage link, and that's how you do it. Okay. And if you keep scrolling down, Trade of the Week. You can sign up for the Trade of the Week. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for the Trade of the Week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder before you contact us and say, hey, signed up, where is it? So, first thing to do, if you do take out a subscription, okay? So if you scroll down, go to the education section, click on the more info. And before I talk about the videos that you should watch, I'm just going to click on the Trade Ideas user guide and point out one section, TI stock racing, because I'm going to go over this race, but this is the concept of TI stock racing, how you can create your own stock race using your own set of parameters. Hey, these are what I, these are the stocks that I want to see. They may not be what you want to see though, and you can create a race based on the stocks that you want to see. So this is the guide for it right here. Now, scrolling down, getting started with Trade Ideas. If you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, the number one thing you have to do is this. 12? No. How many videos, Pepe? I'm going to write it down. Do you say they were 12? Whatever the number is, I think he said 12 yesterday. My memory right? Yeah, 12. Okay. 12 short videos. Okay. Mandatory you do this first. If you've just taken out a subscription, if you do not have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, is this a good program for you? What I would do is start off on that second video. They're very short videos. That'll give you an idea about what Trade Ideas is all about. And then, you can maybe try us for at least a month just to see if it's the right program for you. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos that'll it's not, nothing is going to get you an expert just by watching any sort of videos. It's a lot of practice and looking at charts, but at least it'll give you an idea about when you look at a chart, what to kind of look for, support and resistance and things like that. Okay. And this is all free. Last, if you've clicked on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, here they are. So what you can actually see, or what we're on my homepage, you can have the biggest gainers from the start of the race, which is here. Halts resumes, as you can see, super active. It's a scan, but it's more information, okay? Telling you when a stock is halted and then when it resumes out of the halt. Single stock window is down here. The single stock window is down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. As you can see, I do have other scans that I'm sharing. I do not have them up and running. I don't have the momentum scan up and running, the gap scan, nor the Pepe combo scan. Doesn't mean you shouldn't take a look at them. I've just decided I want to concentrate on races. The SPY. Why did I put a price alert up here? Because look, the SPY taking out this level right here now, or trying to. So nice recovery. I mean, it's still down 5.5 points, but nice recovery. Notice how my price alert window popped up on my screen. Can't miss the price alerts. Now, if you want these two scans or races, the biggest gain, these are large cap movers on the way up, and these are large cap movers on the way down. Okay, if you want them, I can give them to you. They're not on my homepage. But I do want to go over this race. Okay, this biggest gainers from the start of the race. want to do that because I want to show you the concept of stock racing, why I think it's a great idea, not just for people who are new to trading, but people who've got a lot of experience. So how does this race work? Remember, everything is customizable. I'm running 4-minute races. There are 6 seconds left in this race. As long as NUAI is still on the top here, 5.31%. So it just won the last race. You can see it had won a race before. So these numbers beside the symbols refer to the number of times the stock has won a race. Okay. So again, I am running 4-minute races. You don't have to. It's all customizable. It's not, there's nothing magical about 4 minutes. That's what I picked. So once the race starts, usually takes 30 seconds for imagine at Le Mans, the cars are revving up, revving up, revving up for 30 seconds, and then it starts. So what does that 1% mean right here? Mine is just a change from the open of the race. Okay, that's great. But again, it's all customizable. So what this means is what Carlos is asking me really is that since the race started, what stock is moving the most? Okay, so this one is now. I mean, it's not a huge move, but sometimes you're going to see big percentage moves here. So WWR has moved 1.5% since the race started. CHNR 1.42%, etc. But you can see there's just like any other race, there's jockeying for the top position. So now GV has taken over 1.93%. Not a huge move, but nonetheless, it's at the top here. So what happens is automatically a top 10 list is built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. You'll see some days we have stocks that win like 10, 20 races, and those are obviously the stocks that you should be following because they're super active. Now, you don't have to, just give me one moment, please. Okay. One moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm back. So where was I? I was talking about the race. So now you can see that this is a nice move now. It's 13 cents. Remember, it's a cheap stock, but it's moved 5.5%. Okay. Now number one, you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order for you to click on the symbol. If you see something at the top here, I would click on it. What is happening? Okay. This might be setting up for your style of trading. I mean, it's running away. I probably wouldn't take it right now, but definitely. And look at this. It took out the high of 3 days ago. But it also, if you see anything in this list of stocks, click on it, see what is happening. Okay. Copen might, it's not bad. I mean, it's just over the VWAP, KOPN, just over the VWAP. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, maybe you take this stock and you put a stop just under the VWAP. I'm not saying that to do that. I'm just saying if you are a bit of a VWAP type player, if a stock has won a race before, click on it. If it's in this list of stocks, click on it. Let's see what the JDZG is doing. Now it's pulled back a lot. It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, I talk about the VWAP. I talk about the VWAP, and I mean, look what it did. I mean, that's amazing. Right to the penny, it got into the VWAP, and that's where it stopped. I mean, it's a great trade until it hit there. and then, it sunk. Was SBLX halted? It was halted, yes. So again, click on anything you see that is one erase. Anything that you see here, just click on it, see what is happening. Now, notice the difference between these two races. Generally speaking, you will not see big percentage moves in this race here. This is the large cap gainers, nor will you see it in the large cap losers. And I'll explain why in a bit. Now, first of all, if you're new to all this, you should be asking the question, well, why are these stocks showing up here? Why are these ones showing up here? Why are these ones showing up here? Well, I'm going to explain that. If I right click on this, box pops up. One of the options is open top list. All races start from a top list window. If I right click on this top list window, notice it says launch real-time stock race. Okay. So why are these stocks showing up in this top list window? If I right click and click on configure, and then the summary. So these stocks are showing up because the price is between $1 and $50. The volume is at least 200,000 shares, and these stocks are up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. So if a stock meets all of these filter requirements, it's going to show up in this list of stocks. Now, I have capped it at 50 stocks. That's just something I wanted to do. So I'm only going to see the top 50 that meet those filter requirements. Now, the typical use of a top list window before we had races and all was this. If you wanted to see the stocks that were up the most for the day, as long as you had it as a column header, that little symbol, that C percent, that is a change from yesterday's close. So as long as you had a column header like that, you could double left click and sort. And that's what I've done here. So you can see that GWAV is up 141% from yesterday's close. And UAI, 39%, etc., all the way down. So again, the use, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes. Things like that. That's how a top list can be used, can still be used. Okay. But what we can also do with a top list is run a race from it. So I'm going to hammer this point home now, because a lot of people say, well, why would I want to see a stock that's up 146%? Because it can be, at the end of the day, it could be up 200%. Okay. I'm not saying it's going to be, but there's GWAV, obviously a super active stock, should be watched all day long. But a lot of you say, well, you know what? That's all well and good, but how can you tell me what stocks are really maybe starting to move that haven't made the big move yet? That's what the race does. Let's take a look. Oscar's been a fairly active stock in the past, OSCR. So this stock right now is up 2.7%. But what if Oscar, for some reason, started to move? It's up 2.9%, up 3%, 5%, 8%, 10%, really moving up this list of stocks. The race, remember, does not care if a stock is near or up the most from yesterday's close or near the top of this list. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most in this list of stocks since the start of the race. Change from the open, based on the change from the open. Okay, opening. And that's what this is doing. So I haven't seen YDXKG before today. I have no idea where it is, but you don't have to worry where it is. All you have to know is that it is moving the most so far. So that's how you can identify stocks that are just maybe starting out in a race. So hopefully now this is really starting to make sense, that you can run a race based on your set of parameters. So again, this is what I want to see. The stock has to be between 1 and 50. You might look at that and go, well, I'd rather see stocks between 10 and 100, or 1 in 10, or whatever price range you like. Maybe a different volume. Maybe you don't care if it's up 2% from yesterday's close. Maybe you want to, if you have any trading experience, maybe you want to add a filter that you like into this. So you can create your top list based on the stocks that you want to see and then launch the race from it. Okay. And that's what's in the guide. That's why I referenced the in our guide, and there's a whole section on TI stock racing. Give me a moment. Wow. So again, if this is a trading room, but if you've got questions, it's also a support room. Okay. So if you've got questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Okay. Now, why is this list different? Well, again, I call it's a large cap gainers. So what I've done in this list is if I open the top list, you can see and notice the list is not that big. Now, that does not mean that these are the only stocks that we'd see all day long. As we speak, these are the stocks that meet the filter requirements, but sometimes, another stock can come in. Maybe one of these stocks drops out because they're not meeting the filter requirements anymore. So what are the filter requirements in this one? Well, if I right click, configure this time, looking for stocks between 10 and 70, the same 200,000 shares minimum, up 2% from the yesterday's close. This is, the market cap has to be at least half a billion and the float has to be at least 50 million. Okay. Now, why stocks come in and out is mainly because of this filter right here. I want to see stocks. So this position in range, days range filter, if that were if I put 100% in the min, that would mean a stock is right at the high of the day. So 95 means it's going to be quite pretty close to the high of the day. That's what I want to see. That's why stocks will come in and out of this in this list, because some stocks, see, it just expanded, didn't it? But you can create your own large cap gainer. Maybe you think half a billion, 500 million shares market cap is not big enough. Maybe you want to see super, 2 billion, 3 billion market cap minimum. That's up to you. You can create your own top list based on large cap gainers. Now, if I were starting out trading, even though these are fabulous if you get in on the right side of them, but they're volatile. They are volatile stocks. I don't have any. There's no minimum float that has to be. There's no minimum market cap. These ones here, if I were starting out new, I would probably concentrate on this sort of a race because you're not typically. I'm not saying you're not going to see. Typically, you're going to see stocks that look a little bit more like this, not giant bars up and down, usually. Okay. So it's a little, I'm not saying there's nothing easy, but it is definitely, I would call it easier than trying to figure out how to trade these ones. Just give me a moment, guys. I will be back. Okay. Oh, oops. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. So again, these are large cap movers, and typically you're just not going to find, giant bars. Okay. Typically, this is because if I look at the JD ZG as an example. See how volatile these are, and the big drop now. Okay, I'm just picking on that one because I saw that one before. Uh, Most of these ones will be a little calmer. Okay, like a nice move up. Follow that blue wave as an example. Okay, and if you're interested in knowing how to get the blue wave or the orange wave on your charts, just let me know. Exactly, Steve. I mean, they're just not as choppy. I'm not saying there's no chop at all in these, but they're just not as choppy as these stocks. Now, the interesting thing is sometimes finding the same stock. Here's Fluence as an example. Fluence is in this one, and it's in this one. Now, the other thing is that if you click on one of these, remember, this doesn't mean that stock has to be near the high of the day. So remember, I was just talking about Oscar, okay, before. So here's Oscar on the move, guys. Now, you we don't know what we're going to see until we click on the chart, but Oscar could have moved in down into the VWAP, and then it was starting to move. Remember, it doesn't have to be at the high of the day for it to be showing up at the top of this list. All it means when you're at the top of this list or anywhere in this list of stocks is that it's moving the most in the list of stocks. But that moving the most could be coming from, way down here, okay, near the VWAP. Could have been. So here's how you can actually play stocks that are, moving back down into either the VWAP, if that's how you want to play things, or maybe you've got a moving average that you really love to see whether or not a stock comes into it and holds as support. Oscar's looking interesting, guys. I mean, seriously. I mean, now the next high is 22. Got it has about $1 to the next high. Oh, am I still looking now? The CRML, no, it's done. It's dead to me now. The CRML, sorry. So yeah, this race, just to Carlos, I mean, you can see right now it's based on the change from the open percent. Okay, that's what it's telling you. All right, guys. Now G Wave, take a look at G Wave, because this could be an example of something that is. Unfortunately, it's not. I thought maybe it was near the V. Well, it's near the VWAP, but it's underneath and it broke down below it. And we're talking about this one to see maybe the VWAP could hold it as a support, but right now it doesn't look like it. All my races are based on the change from the open percent. But you don't have to. It doesn't have to be, what you want to do. You can run races based on the stocks that are having increasing relative volume, things like that. I just choose to run this because that's what I like to see. Boris, Mistrevsky, if I pronounced it right. Good morning or afternoon, wherever you are. Well, I don't, your new name. Oh man, well, the only other one I have here that I haven't shown you guys is my small gap breakout. And boy, what a breakout this one was. 1436 was my alert. It's moved almost a dollar from that alert. And it's typical, guys, of what the market is doing. Let me see if I can find another one. Good morning from Toronto, yourself, Savvy, a fellow Canadian. All right, guys, task. Ooh, now look at this. The high 1393. Yeah, put a price limit around four. Yeah, put a price limit around, I don't know, 1404 or so. See if it takes that out. Yeah, we don't really, I mean, we don't really do the Canadian market, Savvy. I know I'm Canadian and all, but we don't really do the Canadian market. We don't have no charts for Canadian stocks. I mean, there is a sort of a way to scan for Canadian stocks, but it's not. You're the first person in a long time to ask me about Canadian stocks. So, well, of course, there are tons of critical mineral stocks in the states that we follow. With a lot more. There's just way more of them. That's all. And I'm Canadian. Okay, so it's not. But I haven't traded the Canadian market in other than one very specific stock that most of you know about. I don't really trade it for years. I haven't bought a Canadian stock in years. Now, some of them are dual listed. What is a stock on the Canadian market? Maybe it's dual listed. Maybe it trades in the States also. But our charts do not display Canadian stocks anyway. TMQ, Trilogy Metals. So it does trade. If this is the one you're talking about, it does trade in the States also. If that's the one you're talking about, well, there you go. And LAC Minerals, I'm sure that trades in the States. Well, those are Canadian stocks. Yes, they are Canadian stocks. But my guess is that I don't know how much it trades on the Toronto Stock Exchange, but this is traded 25 million shares in the U.S. So my guess is that you're going to find a lot of dual listed stocks. So just out of curiosity, how much has it traded on Toronto? I mean, this is traded 25 million shares. $899 million shares. It is traded 899 million or thousand. Okay, thousand. Yeah. So I mean, this is traded 25 million in the States. I mean, way more active. So the first thing I do is find out if it trades in the States also. I mean, there's TMQ, 51 million. What is it traded in Canada on the TSX? Okay. I mean, it's 51 million for TMQ. So when you show Canadian stocks, I mean, we can show Canadian stocks if they're trading on the U.S. exchanges, and the two you've just mentioned, certainly trading and huge amounts. All right, Mehdi from Brisbane. Brisbane, welcome. Well, that's got to be up to you, Mehdi. Okay, there's no. Were you around when I described what this particular race is looking at? Were you around, or did you just get into the room? You were around. Well, as you can see, I mean, all there's no absolute in anything. Okay, I mean, what I was saying is, you see something that is at the top. You don't have to wait for the race to be over. There's TMQ, the aforementioned TMQ. Now, how you trade this, if you trade this, is has to be up to you. Does it meet your style? I mean, right now it pulled back a little bit. I don't know what sort of how much trading experience you've had, but there's no hard and fast way of trading these. I mean, you can't just say, well, okay, I see this right here, I'm going to trade it. It has to be setting up in a way in which you might like. This is not bad, it's flattening out a little bit. This China Resources stock. But the other thing I'm always doing is looking left to see how much room it's got. Well, if you don't have much trading experience, then you see Trade Ideas is a fabulous product, but it's called Trade Ideas for a reason. It generates ideas. But if you click on an alert, on a symbol anywhere, and if you're looking at a chart and you have no idea what it's really trying to tell you, then Trade Ideas it's going to show you stocks that meet your trading trade meet your filter requirements. But then the next step is, okay, does this look good enough to trade right now? So if you haven't done the back to basics, that's on my homepage. I would really encourage you to do that, and then also practice trading. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down to the education section, okay, more info. And now hopefully you've also done this, okay? You've taken a look at the getting started, 12 short videos, but the back to basics is all free. And at least that'll give you a bit of an idea about how to read charts. Because reading charts, every chart is telling a story. Okay, but if you don't understand what you're seeing when you click on a symbol and the chart is you don't understand what the chart is trying to tell you, then really it's just hit or miss. And we also have a simulator that you can practice trading. It uses our real-time data. Trading is not easy, I mean, you have to put the time in. I'm not just talking to you, Mehdi, but to anybody listening to me, trading is not easy. You have to put the time in. Yeah, I guess in all my talking, I should have taken the Oscar. Now, if you're new to trading, I would probably concentrate on something like this. Okay, as I've said before, these are fabulous if you get on the right side of them. But you can get some wild action, volatile action in this sort of a race when there's no market cap or float minimum, whereas this has that. And so I'm not saying nothing is easy, but you can kind of see that there's not giant candles moving up and down typically in a large cap. Now, this is not a huge large cap, and it's only 64 million in the float. But when you multiply whatever the shares outstanding by 17, that's going to be over 500 million in terms of a market cap. All right, guys. Now, speaking of GWAV, let's take a look at it and see if it is, it's still below the VWAP. Well, it's way below. Okay, way below it. And you hear me? I mean, if you're new to all this, I mean, that purple line on the chart is what's called the VWAP, volume weighted average price. It can be a very significant area on a chart. Doesn't matter what time frame, really. The VWAP's the VWAP. And if a stock is above the VWAP and moving down into it, you kind of wait to see is that going to act as support coming into the VWAP, and will it hold? Will it act as support and then bounce? Or if it's below it, will it come into the VWAP and will that act as resistance on the way up and then stall it and move down? I mean, textbook was GDZG. I mentioned this one before, but if we back this out, look what it did. It got right into the VWAP, and that's where it stalled. I mean, Orla's been awesome also. I saw this one back here, it's just a gentle move. Now, it could be coming into resistance. That little red, that R up here, that is looking left. There is somewhere where where there's a high, and it's probably last month. I'm sure it's last month. There was a day in this month that it's approaching. So this is shortable for me. 7.3 million shares available, Interactive Brokers. I'm going to wait and see if this acts as resistance. Maybe take a short on this. So William is talking about the ILMN. So the VWAP is up here, $91. Yeah, I mean, it's still in a downtrend. Remember, guys, remember what the orange means, a downtrend. See how the SPY went from, now it's very choppy, I mean, up and down on the orange, but you see what happened right around here. That started the trend. That blue wave is the trend up. So guys, I mean, if you've got questions about the program, please ask, okay? You don't have to, don't be shy. Don't think there is a stupid question, okay? I mean, we all start out new at one point. Okay, so Steve in our YouTube in the main room is asking, so how do you change the colors? These are the colors I'm using in the volume bars, okay? That's what you're talking about, right? These are the colors. I mean, I just happen to like the blue and the orange. So you've got volume bars now, right? You've already got them. You just want to change the color? Okay, so I see. Each bar is the same. Okay, well, here's what you do. So now I'm hoping this is it because I'm on a development version, but I'm hoping this is it. So if you right click on your chart, okay, and go to indicators, and then you see where it says edit, click on edit, and here's my volume. And so if I left click on the volume, see how it's highlighted, and then click on modify colors. And this is what you can do. See, you've got use one color is checked probably. Okay. So you can go down here, use up down colors. And so this is what you do. So this is what I'm using as my up color is blue. How would I change that? Set up color. This is going to show a palette. Okay. So I could pick whatever color I want from my up color. So if I wanted to go green, I would say, okay, I think then you've got to apply it. I won't do it. I have to say, okay. And then I think there's one other step to apply. Oh, well, first of all, then you can set your down color again from the palette. Are you following all this? So you can pick another color from the palette. I don't want to change my color. That's why I don't want to go through the whole process. And that's how you do it. Don't forget to, I think there's one step you have to click on apply. When you say you couldn't find the path, what do you mean by that? You mean you couldn't follow what I was doing? Or you mean you couldn't find it before, but now you've got it? Okay, good. Now, don't forget to save your work, right? Because any change you make, anything, colors in the charts, anything you make, you've got to save your work. So at the very, very least, if you're using the same layout every day, if you went file, click on file and then exit, it's going to ask you, do you want okay, I'll exit. But when you load Trade Ideas again, is this the layout you want? And if you say yes, then you'll exit Trade Ideas. And then when you enter Trade Ideas again, this will be the layout. You can also save to the cloud. File, up here, file, and then save or share to cloud. And you can click on entire layout and give it a name. Now, if it's the same name, like Steve's first layout, what'll happen is you'll save it and it won't overwrite. You'll have now 2 duplicates of your layout in the cloud, but they'll be timestamped. Sometimes that's not a bad thing. Sometimes you want to go back to a layout that you had previously, and so it is timestamped. I'm not saying in this case. And then you can also save to your computer. If you file and then save the layout, and then what'll happen is more than likely the layout you're using will pop up here. If you say save, it's going to say, do you want to overwrite that layout? So that's how like most programs, if you say yes, then it'll overwrite the layout, which is, typically what most people want. But if you save to the cloud and use the same name, then you will saving to the cloud means that let's just say, for argument's sake, you have a bunch of you can have Trade Ideas on as many devices as you want. Okay, so I'm working on a desktop computer. I also have a couple of laptops, and I have a tablet. So if I ran out and bought another laptop, well, I download my program, and then instead of having to recreate everything from scratch, I just load from the cloud. File load from the cloud, and I pick whatever layout I want as long as I've saved it into the cloud. Okay, so that is one obvious reason for saving everything into the cloud. I mean, I think most people understand not just our cloud, but how the cloud works. And also, sometimes, if I did this, if I X'd out of my layout and I hadn't saved it before, but I'd saved it to the cloud, say I hadn't saved it, but I had saved it to the cloud before, well, it's not a big deal. If I accidentally click on that X, I can just bring it back from the cloud. things like that. Now, you can only have trade ideas open one device at a time, just so you know, not just whoever's listening to this. So you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want, but you can only load one device at a time. But as I was saying before, if you file and then save your layout, and you use this, and you can do that. I do that also. I save to my computer, my local computer, call it my local, and it'll just overwrite. Okay, if I save it, you see, it's going to say, "Do you want to overwrite the current layout?" I say yes. So you can save it to your computer. But also what I do is I save individual scans to the cloud. Okay, if I make a scan, I will always save it to the cloud because sometimes I want to bring back a scan. Maybe I haven't used a scan for a while, and maybe I want to bring it back. Okay, so all I have to do is file load from cloud. Okay, and if it's a scan or a top list, or as long as I've saved it to the cloud. Why would I do that? Well, I've created a lot. I've had this program since 2010. So I've created a lot of different things since 2010. And there are things I haven't looked at for years. But maybe on the weekend, I get industrious and I say, I wonder what this one is looking like. I do a history on it. Hey, wow, maybe I should have that one again. And it's as long as I've got it in the cloud, it's easy enough to bring back. Yeah, that TMQ, no kidding. So the market now, yeah, it's still down, just not as much. Obviously, at one point it was down 10 points, but now it's only down 3.2. I'm only looking at the SPY, of course, to follow the overall market. There's another question that I get asked a lot of, and it's just not intuitive in the guide. So if you're one of those people that it drives you crazy, also, I've got three charts here. It doesn't matter what these time frames are, and the fact that I use a daily chart and a 2 minute and a 15. That's my personal preference. Okay, your preference may be something different, but here's my SPY on the 5 minute chart. But look what happens if I click on Koya, COYA. See how these three time change, these three these three change to Koya. This one doesn't. It's a often asked questions. How do I, maybe you want some charts that you just want to see the symbol all the time. You do not want it to change every time. Really, there are only two options, really. So if I right click on the SPY chart and go to properties, notice there's something called symbol linking. If I uncheck it, that means this will not change when I click on a symbol. It's really that simple. Okay. Whereas in these ones, if I right click on the chart, go down to properties, symbol linking is checked in all three of these because I do want them to change. Simple, simple, simple. But if you don't know, it can really, it can look like a Mount Everest to climb. Seriously. But I thought that does TMQ have something to do with Nova Minerals? Because that's Nova Minerals here. NVA. We did see this in the pre-market. What? Yeah, here it is, Nova Minerals. So why you're just saying in general then, that's why TMQ? And this is a stock out of Australia. All right, guys, it is 10:53. Been a pretty fast morning for me. I love questions. Keeps me interested. Now at 11 at noon Eastern, between 12 and 1 Eastern time, I do take a break, and somebody else takes over for me in our YouTube room. Not sure who it's going to be today. Could be Chris, could be Andy, could be Steve. But before I leave, I will, for my hour break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room, and you can head over and listen to whoever it's going to be. In fact, I think what I'll do is I'll just ask who it's going to be today. All right. So I don't know if it, no, Steve was not listening to me because he just posted at 10:50. So it's going to be Steve today in our YouTube room. So for those of you who are really interested in the money machine, okay, Steve is actively using it. And he'll probably start at noon. So he can explain a lot more about the money machine. I can't really use it because I would have to devote. I couldn't really do anything else if I were just going to devote myself to using the money machine because you really have to manage the exits. You have to be watching it all the time, and obviously I can't do that. But if you have questions about the money machine in general, I can try to help. Okay, guys, this could be interesting. Ally Financial, this could be interesting. Has earnings on Friday. 39.59 is the next high looking left. Not bad. It's at 39.14 now over the whole number, flattening out a bit on the 2 minute. So I wouldn't call this running away. Excuse me, running away yet. Well, that SBLX sure turned out to be a bust, guys. So you know what's happening also, I think, I mean, one day doesn't make it, but the market's getting a little, again, trying to get a little wiser to these companies raising money so they can get into the crypto market. It's completely changing what they say they do. These guys were electric fleet vehicle solutions, and now they're crypto. I'm not saying it's dead completely, but we went through, of course, an amazing. I don't know how long, maybe a couple of months, where these companies were doing that, and they had amazing runs. And then we went through a spell where we'd see these in the pre-market, and then they would just give it up, and that probably lasted for a month, and then it came back. Like the sector kind of fell out of flavor. Anyway, for the charts to always default to candlesticks. Oh, I see. Depending on, ooh, that's going to be The Market Explorer is a rare beast. Okay, which one which one in the Market Explorer are you using, CGR? Which one? Because it's easy enough here, okay, to do it, but because let me just see if it's at all possible. Okay, so you're using, TI Strength? Strength alerts. Okay, TI Strength. I don't use these, but let's just take a look at what it looks like. Okay, now let me just do this one. No, you know what I want to do? I want to duplicate this because I don't like candlesticks anymore. Okay, but I'm just going to do something here. Okay, so what happens when I do that? Yeah, so that's all. You can just change it to candlesticks. Okay, like I did. You saw what I did? So it doesn't matter what I thought maybe it was because this is kind of a little bit not weird, but it's a different type of a setup, and I thought maybe whatever chart is going to direct, but no, not at all. Now you can also save your your chart. You make it the default chart. What I typically do though is I just duplicate the charts. I right click if I want to have another chart, I just duplicate it and then change the time frame if that's what I want to do. But for instance, if the volume is what you want in terms of the bars, maybe you've got. But I think it's just as easy just to duplicate the chart, and then remember you can have 10 charts in our standard service, and you can have 20 in our premium service. But if you have the very same indicators, et cetera, that you want to see on every single chart, then you can just right click, and then once you've done it all, save as default. I rarely do this though. Click on new chart. You see, I rarely do that. I just usually duplicate my chart. Right click and duplicate it. It seems to be easier to do that instead of going up here and click on new and then chart. All right, guys. How's this Koya doing now? COYO, YA, sorry. So you can see what it did. Got into the VWAP and it held it so far. It was beautiful. I mean, look at that. Look at the again. If you're a VWAP type player, and you clicked on because it didn't know. Well, if you'd seen it through this list anywhere, I know I looked at it earlier. You see what it did? Pulled into that purple line, and that did act as support around the $7 level. And there's a nice move, 50-cent move off that. Issue I would have with it, oh, you look at the spread and 20, well, that's 15.40. That's too much. But you don't know that until you click on this on the symbol, of course. Now this is shortable for me underneath 10. Boy, TMQ shortable for me underneath 10. Well, this is interesting. This is resumption for TMQ. This is in Canada, though. This is the TMQ in Canada. It's dual listed, obviously, but I don't see that it was halted here. I'm not sure. I know how to. I don't know how to read this. Hard to believe it was halted in Canada, but not in the States. And nah, just NAS is just came out of the halt, and now 393 is the high today. Sorry, I trying to figure out why TMQ. Why I got that message. It was halted in Canada. Okay, market making a new high now. Well, again, turning into my favorite day. Big gap down and a recovery. Look at this recovery from basically 945. It's a beautiful recovery. But it said it I thought it said it resumed. Said it resumed. Resumes following temporary halt. That's what I've got here anyway. Really? Wonder why that popped up here then. Well, it doesn't matter. It's not halted in the States. I don't quite understand that. Guys, maybe you want to keep an eye on XCH. Okay, this was a big one from yesterday, and got up to 250, closed here at 168. Let's see if it takes out the high, the close of yesterday. That would put it in positive, and because it would have a lot of room. This was a big one from yesterday, of course. EV play out of Germany. We asked Carlos if he could go to the company and knock on their door, but he didn't want to do it. I don't know if Carlos is still in the room. He's from Germany. I'm just kidding, of course. Okay. Well, there are not that many German companies that are listed on the US exchanges. So it's interesting that this one, Harley Ball, good morning or afternoon, depending on what time zone you're in. I'm in, well, actually, I guess it's still morning in the Eastern time zone. But it's got to get through that 200-day move or the VWAP. 160 is the VWAP, which is in essence the high of, well, not quite the high of yesterday. Okay, guys, maybe keep an eye on the GWH. GWH, this is now a big one from yesterday. It's below the VWAP, $9. I would put a price alert in that area, just over the VWAP perhaps, and see if it number one takes it out. Okay. Because the high of yesterday was 1387. So, it is down. I get it. It's down 5% today. But this had a tremendous run yesterday. Still great volume. 20 million shares have traded. Well, CRML is starting to give it up again. Have you really? I'm talking to Carlos. XCH. That's weird that it's going to show you. I know it looks like sort of like an ETF based on how it. Let me XC. Why would it be showing you a China index ETF? I mean, there are a lot of them, but and you're 100% sure you're typing it incorrectly. You are typing it in. Better rephrase that. You're typing it correctly. Hmm. Well, guys, I have not been able to look at any of these large cap losers at all today. Let's take a look at some of them, see if there's anything setting up. Here's a SMR. My guess is that SMR has bounced though. No, it hasn't. I would have thought maybe it was just down because of the overall market, but it is not bounced through the VWAP right now, guys. That's SMR. Okay. The low of today was 41.59. Probably that was 9:30 candle or bar. Boy, I mean, this has got room. I mean, look at the daily, guys. I mean, it got all the way up to 11.30, so there's a dollar still. Just watching this now, I mean, it's basing nicely. Look how the wave is flattening out. And ride the wave, then get this action. I would definitely, if you were in this earlier, I would definitely have taken some off here. But now you just kind of ride, keep some, and see if the volume picks up again. I mean, the volume is still great. That's 349,000 shares in this bar. But what we're looking for is something that stands out again as a volume bar. So when you look at the volume here, you want to see a bar that maybe takes out this one right here. All right, guys. Well, this is starting to move. A little bit of volume coming in. 1 million shares now on that. Let's see. Well, see if it holds this wave. Okay, holds the wave, doesn't plunge through it. Yes. Okay, I'm putting a price alert up in this area, this 1062 area. I want to see if it gets back up there. If it does, I'll probably take the trade. Goldman, you mentioned top. I don't see top anywhere. I know it's been a very active stock, of course, but I don't see top anywhere. Let's take a look at it. Top, TOPP. Okay, so the reason is, I mean, it's only okay. Give me a moment, guys. On the TMQ, it popped up. It came right back down. Okay, reset that price alert. See if it challenges it again, and maybe it takes it out this time. I mean, I'm just looking because it's got the room. I mean, on the daily chart, it's got all that room. Was it halted on? Well, okay, I'll look at it. AQMS halted on the way up. Wow. So, you see this massive move yesterday, another massive move today. There's all these metal plays. Sort of a battery play. I mean, it's Aqua Refining, reinventing metal recycling technologies. Okay. So this one, guys, I mean, I don't typically trade these. This is one of those SPACs, I think. Yeah, it's the warrant version of it. How is SVII doing? Yeah, I mean, this is so the warrant is up a lot more. And the reason I mention this is this came from our AI guys. Now, this does not load into Interactive Brokers. I mean, I know there's a way I can trade warrants in Interactive Brokers. I just don't really do it. But I mean, there's 600, but the stock is, excuse me. So this is up 63%. The warrant is up 63%. The stock itself is up, what, 8%? So, Savvy, is that a done deal that the US government is taking a 10% stake in TMQ? I mean, I know this has been active because of previous news right there, but is it absolutely a done deal? Yeah, sometimes it's not. I mean, I know the rumor was right there for sure. I mean, that's why TMQ popped. How many days ago? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago. And it does look like the rumor is solidifying. What am I, PJ? Chopped liver? Okay, guys. So TMQ. Now, I mean, I'm going to put a price alert again at this 986 level and see if it takes out 986 again. No, no, no. But you said he was the best. Okay, the best. The best is the best. So I can't be the best. All right, Sally Beauty Holdings. Now here's another one. What's the high? 1558. Another one, just got to get through that whole number, maybe 1503. It's a large cap. Volume came into SBH, guys. Volume came into SBH also. Pizza. So this is the one that is potential takeover, buyout. This was yesterday. This was yesterday's rumor. Has offered $64 a share. I guess it's a matter of, has it been absolutely confirmed by Papa John or Papa John? Well, I'm sorry. There's Domino's. Sorry. Again, this is trader circulating, unconfirmed, but I mean, it's obviously moving, but it's unconfirmed. Yeah, no. It's just that in my pizza headline, I have Papa John or Domino's in here too. Well, good luck. Good luck on it. I mean, the high yesterday was 50.95. Hmm. ADMA. Let's take a look at ADMA, guys. It's over the whole number, 1502. And let's see what sort of room it's got. Not a ton of room, like 1540. Not a ton of room, but there is room, I suppose. ADMA. TMQ doing a good job at bouncing off 10 still. Oh, the name. Okay. I have to type it in. XCH. XCH. So the name of the company we've got here is called, I mean, it's kind of a weird one, but XCHG Limited. XCHG Limited. That's the name of the company. See right up here. Sponsored ADR. Yeah, maybe do a search. Oops. All right, here's the SBH guys, Sally Beauty Holdings. All right, guys. Let's see if it holds 15. Volume came in. It'll break on the 15, a little consolidation on the 15 on that pop here. Market is still strong, riding that blue wave. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys. Sorry. All right, time is 11:23. So in about 35 minutes or so, I will be taking a break. Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room. I'm afraid to look at Orla, guys, because I mean, I saw it a long time ago and it just, yeah, I mean, it just did this, and now a pop. Look at the volume that came in. Another mining, like mining. Gold. This is a gold project. It doesn't say anything about rare earth or anything, but almost doesn't matter right now. Any mining, and I can see why you asked the question. Where are you, Savvy? I know why you asked the question because I mean, Canada really has a lot of mining stocks, and I used to trade many years ago. Yeah, we've got tons and tons and tons of natural resources. In fact, what's the ETF for the mining? There's got to be something. There's got to be some metals and mining or something. What is that ETF? I'm sure it's going to look incredible. XME or something or XME? Yeah, there we go. So yeah, I mean, look at this. Look at this move. All not quite an all-time high. Not quite. Yeah, it's a charge. It's an EV. Yeah, Carlos. So you're saying it's not really German? Okay, it just had the German flag beside it. So All right, lunar, another one that's just over the whole number. Lunar, LUNR. What sort of room does it have? It's got a lot of room. Look at the room it's got on the daily, 1390. So lunar, let's see, any news on lunar? LUNR. See if there's any news on this one specific, or is it just moving because of the market? One moment, please. Okay, give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back again. Yeah, so that XME, yeah, so it is basically an all-time high, XME, the metals and mining ETF. What does Orla do again? No, they're not well, gold projects. Okay, gold. My hometown, they're in Vancouver. Okay. So I'll knock on their door. I know what they're all about. Wow. So TMQ came right back up, guys. Dwayne, you're not short this anymore, are you? That's true. I have written down that Jay Powell starts at 12:20. Yeah, that's the only thing I saw on the economic calendar of note. So yeah, Jay Powell starts talking at 12:20. So I'll be on my break then. So remember, guys, if you're in any sort of large cap stock, you don't know what he's going to say. I'm not saying, get rid of everything before he starts talking, but it could have short-term reaction in the market. Okay. When he starts talking at 12:20. So just be aware of that. Mm, this fluence is just really is on an all-time high now. No, it's not an all-time high, not even close. But it had that massive move, pullback. Nice day yesterday, greater day today, and that's FLNC. and an energy stock. How is XLE doing energy? It was, yeah, still underneath the 200-day moving average again. But thanks for reminding me. I had it written down top of my page here, but I thanks for reminding me, William, regarding J Pow talking at starting at 12:20. Wow. I mean, this warrant. If you could trade the warrant, I could have. I just didn't. I have to do my video on this though because I mean, this is fantastic. It's up 31% now, and we had a reentry on it. We had a reentry. I mean, the stop was very tight. The alert was at 206. The exit was at 2, and it got halfway between 203. That's how that works. What I should have done is looked at the stock, or yeah, well, the symbol. This is an acquisition, a blank check company. I typically do not trade them, but I mean, I should have taken a look at the stock. Boy, this fluence is just continuing, guys, continuing. Where is the next high? I look at a monthly chart first to see where the next high is. Next high getting very close. 1861 is the next high in a monthly chart. Look from where it's come in a few months. 343, 6 months plus this month, 6.5 months. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just reading some internal stuff. Okay, guys. So I'm under 25 minutes or so for me. Yeah, Fluence is just lunar's moving. I just got to get my SBH to move. I'm not looking for a massive move. Well, I'd love to see a massive move, but let's see when I'm in right now, the SBH giving me a minor. Oh, good. Okay, little move now, SBH, where I found it up here. I love the ones that are just over the whole number. And with the market doing this, I'm sure SBH is probably following the market a little bit. It's a fairly large cap. Well, it's a large cap stock. Might be following the market a little bit. Doesn't have that much room on a daily chart though. It's got, yeah, a little bit of room. That's right. I saw that 1560. So again, I'm not expecting a huge move, but I'll take the move it's done. I will not hold this though through the talk, but I'll be on my break anyway. So, all right, guys, how's that Orla doing? Yeah, still hanging in. Boy, and it's sort of basing now. Okay, so Bitcoin's come back a bit. Okay, I'm looking at Bitcoin right now. The last time I looked, it was 110,000. So I'm looking at Mara right here. Mara, Mara was not down. High next high looking left is 2207. So about a dollar to that next high looking left. Digital Bridge Group, DBRG. Okay, and where could this go? Weekly chart, monthly chart. Next high looking left is 1350. So it's got a little bit of room on a monthly chart anyway. DBRG. It's not a low float. Not no, it's in here. It's a bigger float, bigger market cap. But look at that red line right there. That means that probably in this month, somewhere in this month, right here, there's a daily high right there. Doesn't mean it's going to absolutely stall it, but boy, this was an IPO, I guess, back here. Had a massive second day TTRX, all time low now, all time low. Shortable for me too. Just a few shares, 16,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. It looks super weak. Now, why would the cruisers be up? CCL on the move here, guys. Carnival. The next high is 29.22. Let's see what NCLH is doing. NCLH. Probably they're all up. And RCL. See how close that is now to its all-time high. At one up here was the all-time high. Yeah, actually, it's 84%. So I mean, it's not that there's this area up here is the all-time high for RCL Royal Caribbean. Now TMQ giving up 10 again. TMQ giving up 10 again. Hmm. If it gives up 988, that could be a good short, guys. There's the lows are over here. The VWAP is at 918 or so, 911. So yeah, so there's room, down to that VWAP area. lot of shares available for me, 2 million at Interactive Broker, 2.3 million. But, it's always tricky trying to short a stock that is still very, very active and, in play in terms of the sector. Oh man, Wolf. Somebody's long Wolf, I think. Also shortable for me. The next high looking left is 1551. So, we're getting into an area in which it may stall. WULF, not the other wolf. Okay, guys, give me one moment. I will be right back. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I'm back again. Now, TMQ, guys, TMQ. My problem is that I'm going to be taking a break very soon. I would really love to short this one, and if it gets back close to 10, I'm out. But I'm going to be taking a break very soon, and I take my break. I don't. I say, well, why wouldn't I just take the trade and not take my break? Well, my break is important to me. And that orange, it's turned orange now. So the trend again, if you following the trade wave at all, I mean, this is now a weakening trend right now after the blue. We went blue, little weak, little blue, but this trend looks a little more weak. Now the SBH, I don't mind holding because I'm going I have my workout and all, but I'll be right in front of my computer, in front of my chart, so I can hop off and do something if I have to. TMQ a little more different because it's so volatile, whereas SBH is not nearly as volatile. And yeah, remember at 12:20, Jay Powell starts his talk. I don't know how long he's going to talk, but he's going to start a talk at 12:20 Eastern time. Who's he talking in front of, William? Is this one of those in front of the house, or is he like where is this talk? Yeah, CRML Nihon. Yeah, CRFL, CRML on the move here. I have that one thumbnailed, so I do see this move through the VWAP now, guys. Blue wave. Steve, you're not in the room now, are you? Yeah, I heard a little pop that usually means something's happened, but Steve is not there yet. He'll show up around noon, another 10 minutes or so. There goes TMQ, guys. Not in it, but there it goes. Okay, maybe keep an eye on G Wave also. I think it's still well below the VWAP. Surprised it did not. There it is. Only one run race. I'm sure it's still way below the VWAP, but you can see what it's trying to do. It's basically, I mean, these wave. Now I have to say that the wave, following the wave on these, very low float stocks. I mean, you can get some wild moves, okay, but it is looks like it's trying to turn. The VWAP is way up here at 1872, so that's certainly far enough away. I think somebody mentioned APLD earlier. APLD, little bit of room still. Yeah, actually quite a bit of room. Almost $2 to the next high. This was an earnings play. Big pop up on earnings. This was 3 days ago, 2 days ago. Look at this market surge here, guys. Yeah, I mean, we're now only down 85 cents from yesterday's close. The SPY is. Let's see if there's a disconnect in the market at all. So the Dow is up. Qs are down a little. So there's not a big disconnect in the market between the value and growth stocks. Oh, great. Net trade. Are you talking about the stocks like this template that I gave to you? I'm talking to Net Trader in our YouTube room, or something else. And don't be sorry, by the way, guys. You're never interrupting. Okay. I really like to have questions. Now, this isn't maybe an interesting one, guys. The KSCP. KSCP. Why interesting? Because there's the 200-day moving average, 669. So it is right there. It's had a pretty decent percentage move, and if it can take out the 200-day moving average, and 740 is your next high looking left, but this may stall it. This may stall it. Okay, this may act. The 200-day moving average is probably the one the one technical indicator that is most often used or looked at, even for people who don't, like myself, who don't have a lot of technical indicators. It's the 200-day moving average. So will it act as resistance on the way up? Okay, guys, 11:53. So in about 7 minutes, I will be taking a break. Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room. So if any of you are looking for, a money machine demonstration, keep an eye on SBLX, guys. SBLX, did that win a race earlier? It did not. I'm surprised because it was certainly not good in terms of the AI. But look what's happening. It's curling off six now. SBLX. It really consolidated for a long time here around the 560 level. So anyway, yeah, if you're looking for a demonstration of the money machine, make sure you either stay on YouTube. People on YouTube will get it. And if you want to head over, I'll put the link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Steve and watch his demonstration of the money machine. And other questions too, okay? I mean, you can ask other questions it's not just about the money machine, but, he's going to be demonstrating it, but you can certainly ask him other questions. Always nice to see another perspective also, Steve and, Chris and Andy, way more swing trader. Well, I'm not a swing trader at all, so it doesn't take much to be way more of a swing trader than I am. All right, guys, man, I don't know if anybody took the TMQ short, but now, if you did take it, there is the VWAP, guys. 917 is the VWAP area, so just be aware of that. See if that, how close it gets. If it gets any closer, if it gets really close, be aware that that could be a support area. Okay, so just remember that if you took this short TMQ, okay. Boy, that G wave is still. I mean, I'd be really interested on this one if it takes out 17 in a bigger way. Again, it's too volatile to for me to take this trade now, but put a price alert, I don't know, 17, 18 or so in this area. You can kind of see where there's a bunch of action right there in the 2 minute. So I see AQMS came out of its halt. And poppage. Okay, guys, it's 11:57. So before I forget, I better put the YouTube link in. This is for people not you're in YouTube, just stay there, of course, but this is for people in the main room. Okay, if you want to head over. And now my announcement. So I take a break for about an hour. And now I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. Oh, he's early. Just give me a moment, Steve. I think I heard a little pop. Hopefully you can hear me. Okay, guys. So I heard a little pop. So I think Steve Gomez is in the YouTube room now. So I'm going to put myself on mute. Whoops, sorry about that. I was on mute all the time in the main room. Okay, link in. Okay, to get over to YouTube, and I'll put myself on mute now in the main room, and we'll see you guys in about 1 hour. Now, am I right, Steve? Are you in?
Yep.
Are you in YouTube now?
You are correct.
Okay, I got so many buttons to
Ah,
click and left and right, and so I have prepped them again. I'm assuming that you will probably start the money machine from scratch.
that is correct. That's what I'm going to do.
Okay,
I
okay,
think that's the wisest thing to do. Whoops, gosh darn it. Why can't I? Yes, I'm going to do that. There we go. I think it's always a good way to start
yeah,
fresh. And yeah, I'll be able to talk about anything people want to talk about. Okay,
Yeah.
support or this, or I've got some
I did
trades
say
going.
that.
Yeah.
I did say that. It's not just about the money machine, but you are the one who's probably you're probably testing it the most, aren't you?
I'm doing the same amount as everybody else, really. I've just got two strategies. They're both the same. One goes long and one goes short using the
Mhm.
5-day moving average. I mean, perfect example right here is UABS yesterday. If you're shorting, I'm fading my money machine strategy is to fade short things that bounce up into this 5-day moving average.
Right.
The opposite is true for the long side, things that pull back to the 5-day. So
But I guess
start with
I guess
the
what I
markets.
meant though,
Yeah.
what I meant though is that are you not kind of following it more or less all day long? I mean, Chris can't because he's doing all that support. I don't know what Andy's doing.
Yes and
But
no. I mean, I feel like I've contributed what I can in terms of my strategy. So like today we're strong, so I'm going to pull up the pullback to the 5-day
okay.
moving average and
Okay.
set that. And so I just kind of go with little sessions, and I certainly don't like to start it too early in the morning. And on
Mhm.
days when I'm normally would maybe start it maybe 90 minutes after the open, but on days when I'm going live, I'd rather just start it at the open
Sure.
and let it run. Walk through the process.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have something going on probably at 1 o'clock Eastern,
I
right?
do.
So
Yep.
okay. So I'll show up at about 5:02 then.
All right, sounds good. Thanks.
Okay, Steve.
See you.
Bye.
All right, hello everybody. So I came in flat today. By the way, I mean, tell me where you guys want to go. We'll turn on the money machine here. We can talk about whatever you want. Chris, it's Steve today. I sound like Chris, kind of, but I'll do my best. What are your questions regarding? So I'm going to start the money machine here. I just turned on the connection to SIM. I've got a green line. My strategy is pull back to the 130. And so waiting for a stock to come in. Nothing has come in yet. No problem. I'm going to be, by the way, public service announcement. Andy's going to take over for me Thursday. He's taking Friday off. So I will be in here Friday. So for the usual people, you can set your mental calendar. This is nice. So yeah, whatever you need to help with, questions with. As you're typing, I did come in with nothing long. The market's been so crazy overnight, so I kind of came in with the day trading mentality today. Now I've got a bunch of things working, and I'll just have to take them into the close and just kind of see how things go. But I can go through that list at any time during the hour. Patrick, I don't know if you're here, but I think so. I think it's on. I think the whole silver squeeze is on. The physical, the stories and the headlines, the dealers can't find physical, and there's a huge spread again, premium. And so I bought PSLV in pretty good chunks this morning on this little reversal bar right there. And kind of added to it a little bit more here on the pullback. So I've got a nice big full load. I'm hoping we take this out and I can fade out of it. I don't want to take too much of it home overnight, but at the same time, it feels like the silver squeeze is on. And the reason I did not buy SLV, for those that don't know, SLV is down 0.26. PSLV is flat. There's a slight edge in PSLV because they are the Sprott Physical Silver Fund. They audit their fund. People know exactly how much silver is in the vault, and you're buying a fraction of this fund. So it's almost like you have your own custodial situation with a 4-letter ticker symbol. So I think as the story unfolds, as people start to realize the silver squeeze is on and that SLV is nothing more than paper, people might start to gravitate towards the Sprott funds. And by the way, the same thing goes for gold. PHYS is their gold fund. These are audited. These are not ETFs where, a lot of ETFs might be oversubscribed. All right, hello, Funky Fred. What do I think of Starbucks long? We're still waiting for a money machine trade to come in, which is interesting. I could probably go the opposite direction, but I don't want to. I don't want to go short. It has reclaimed the 5-day moving average, which is really important. And look how it's been under it for all these days. Okay, so it was tested here, and this is why I use this moving average, total correlation. And then pushing back above after a pullback, it's kind of it's changing its tune. But notice the R there on the daily chart. Starbucks is showing you, Trade Ideas are showing you there's a resistance level there to watch out for, which is right here as well. And you can see that just all Trade Ideas is doing is looking left and drawing a corresponding high that you might be aware of that the price is bouncing up into. Okay, you're able to adjust your stop limit on the chart, but can't adjust profit target using Money Machine. When you click and drag profit, it just moves. Okay, I think I know what might be happening, Ozzy. But let's wait for, I've got your question loaded, but let's wait for our first trade to come in so that I can start setting profit targets and my levels. But not to tease you, but what I think you might want to do is zoom out like this as much as you can. You hold the control key down and then you zoom out a lot. And then that might bring in the green target line a lot better. And then you can grab the color part of that and hold the mouse button and drag and drop it. When I do that, the chart moves. And by the way, if the chart moves on you, you can always just click this arrow right there and that resets it back to normal. So I can hold the control key and zoom back in like so. Try that for your first troubleshoot to see if you can get that to move. Okay, let's take a look at the RSI divergence. You might be right, Funky Fred. So we go indicator, RSI on the daily, and you are correct. All right, so what Funky Fred is talking about is an underpinning that's a bit different than the price action. Price action made a new fresh low. However, not much, but barely squeaked out a bit of a higher low on the RSI. So you get this divergence, lower low in price, higher low in RSI, the higher the better. But nonetheless, these can be tremendous trend change, not a predictor, but a precursor. Yeah, it's definitely oversold. So I would just say at this point, RSI, turn that off. Like I said, it captured the flag, so to speak, meaning it captured this critical line. This is a binary line for me. If it's above this line on the 15-minute, it's a go. It's healthy. If it's below this line, it's a negative. It's unhealthy. So with that said, as this line starts to smooth out, you use this as your target for your stop. If it trades back down below this 80, you probably don't want to be in it. All right. So I came in flat again. I'll go through my positions. as we wait for a new trade to come in here. But, you know, we're in a headline market. It was Trump on Friday. It was China on middle of the night last night, gapping the markets down and up and all around. And yeah, I think the market was inevitable. The sell-off was inevitable, Funky Fred, because I actually posted a chart that showed bearish divergence. The bearish divergence was very much evident. Yeah. Hold on a second. So the market was fragile. It was definitely fragile. You're welcome. It was fragile, and it was just waiting for any type of headline to knock it down. It could have been Powell. It could have been an economic report. But I'm starting to think that like Trump and Xi are like playing this in unison. They're just like quickly bringing the froth out of the market, drawing it down, and then the bidders come back in. That's what's happened so far. So I'm going to go through my positions here. Are you here, Patrick? Oh, shit. We're going to drop. It's okay, though. So a couple things. Again, I came in flat, full cash, 100% cash, just like the trade of the week was. That's how gnarly and volatile this market is. And I don't know how much of this stuff I'm showing you now I'm going to take home. But as I said, I think the silver squeeze is on. That's why I'm in PSLV to continue. I'm just going to let this thing hopefully marinate all day and see how we close. Another one I've been watching is NXE. This is look at back on highs, beautiful. They look for uranium. Well, a lot of uranium stocks have been running lately, including one called UUUU, which was a trade of the week a few weeks ago. And I think there's not much difference between NXE and UUU. So therefore, NXE needs to probably play some catch up. There's Plug Power. We're getting a lot of alternative energy stocks going. I've got enough already. I'm not going to join, even though it looks like it wants to go. So NXE, basically alternative energy. I'm going to ride this thing into the close. And more importantly, I'm not going to get out too soon because look what UUU did. I think there's some potential for that. So that's going to keep me sitting on this one. Andy showed me this one. And again, thankfully, this is the flavor of the day. This is the sector of the day, this alternative energy, right? Plug Power. I'm going to show you some here. Plug Power just went off. F-Cell, big one. Ballard Power, BE. These are all alternative energies. And what's happening is everybody realizes we're behind the curve on building these giant AI data centers. We need power, and we need it now. So back to NXE on highs. I'm in this one. I bought some on the flush down and then bought some more using a buy stop. And a buy stop means as soon as the stock goes through the price, you get a market buy. I could be doing an email and get a market buy. And so I did that to add to NXE. I also did that to add to AMTX, which Andy got me in, which is another alternative fuel. But this one is biochemical. I think it's ethanol is what I'm trying to say. So where I was going with this is, I don't know if you guys saw, but I did a video last week about how I've done pretty well performance-wise in my swing trading account, and it's based on sectors. And like I'm just saying, today's sector, hot sector, is alternative energy. So if you don't know who the players are in alternative energy or robotics or AI or drones, you need to like do some homework. Ask ChatGPT to give you the list of these names. So when the market starts to light up and you see these familiar names, you know how to go around the circle and start finding setups and other names from that sector. What I'm dropping in here right now is a link to the video that's 45 minutes long that I did last weekend. And if you're interested in swing trading and having another job while you do it, which is kind of the focus of this video, how I'm able to just kind of, turn away and let things work for me and then evaluate at the end of the day. That's all I'm doing here. Today, it was staring me straight in the face. Alternative energy. ANGX is another little IPO pet. It's like the anti-Netflix. They're a different type of family-oriented streaming platform. UAVS, I've been playing this one off and on forever. I love the giant pullback. I think I'm going to want to sit in this one if I can, because if this thing digs in right here, we could see a big push back to highs. So drone stock, I'm happy in that one. A couple more here, then I'm out. AEVA, another drone play. This is, again, I learned this by looking it up. Now it's in my mind. I put it on my favorites list. Develops sensing paradigm for autonomous vehicles and robotics. Okay, drones, robotics. That's all I need to hear. Drones, sector is strong. So here's NXE going to highs. And I can just look away and let this stuff work for me throughout the day. And I'm happy to answer any questions you guys got. VIX is still up quite a bit, and the flight to gold and silver implies caution. But yes, it does. But how crazy is it that stocks are going to highs at the same time as gold and silver? It's pretty nutty. I'm definitely wary and paying close attention to this 5-day moving average in the NASDAQ. I mean, this is a huge level right there. So if we trade back up, I might have to lighten up on some of this stuff and take some profits here and there, which might be wise to do. I do have a sell order in a couple of things. I've got a sell order in AMTX. Let's look at that. It's just working. It's up at 310. And you can see I have set the price alert to let me know that my sell order of 1/3 has been sold. So hopefully I get hit on that today. How do I identify the hot sector? Well, you just got to start putting them on a list if you can. This is my watch list, my like symbol list. Come on. And every single day, we can look down here and say, oh, the quants really suck today. NVIDIA sucks. Nano nukes are red. Tesla's red. What's hot? These names. So there's some bifurcation. There's some quants are good, some are bad, but I just keep an eye on, a watch list, a universe of these names that are hot. You can't learn them overnight, but it helps to try and really study and learn who the players are. And when you start to see 2 or 3 names from the same sector out of the gate strong and then holding strong, that's really your key. So I would say build a watch list of 5 or 6 sectors. And I'll tell you, the ones that are hot right now are the autonomous vehicles, right? Anything alternative energy, and that could include solar. The quants, of course, the quantum stocks have been hot. The nano nuke stocks like SMR and Oklo and NNE. It really is all about kind of energy right now. Oh, and lastly, I bought some Kodak. I've had my eye on this one. And the daily chart's trying, but this is a domestic chemical manufacturing play. But do you have the 5-day moving average on the 10? No, that's exactly why. Great question. It's exactly why I use it on the 15. If I had it on the 10 here, I would just see another line. And I got enough lines already. And so the intraday line, look at this, Kodak, bam, rejected. Kind of hanging out, broke through, retest. And now my other line, the 10 SMA, has kind of picked it up and said, okay, we're now on the right side of the 5-day. Let's take I call this the momentum line. Let's grab this momentum, and any pullback into the 10 SMA, we're going to shoot higher. Well, this right there tells me all I need to know. We're back in play. We're above the 5, so it's positive health. And now the 10 SMA has got a hold of it. And now that tells me, hey, this thing might be in momentum mode. And when it's in momentum mode, you got to sit and let the thing work for you. I cannot add symbol lists in here. I can't, but what I can do is I can stretch this out, and I can pause, you can pause this or whatever, and you can get an idea. These are the names that I have on here for the most part. And let me add this. I'm not chasing things that are in the high dark green. If I'm chasing things in the high dark green, that means my entry sucks. So a lot of times I'm coming in to the day noticing, hey, these kind of closed strong. Maybe I take a chance on them early morning before they go green. So hopefully, ideally, I'm in these things before they go dark green. But you can see those are lists. Here's what I'll do. Kamal, I'm going to type the list of sectors that I think are important. And anybody else that wants to take these sectors and no, you have to bring it up full screen. I can't enlarge it anymore. But here's what I'm going to do. Kamal, I'm going to type in about 5 or 6 sectors and then go to ChatGPT, Grok, whatever your favorite AI is, and then ask them, please give me a list of the top tier, the best, and then a list of the second and third tier, because it's important to know like who the leaders are and then who are the stragglers. Because a lot of times when you see the leaders pop, it's very important. You go to the stragglers, the second and third tier ones, because that's where you can really get some good pop. All right, so I'm going to type in here some names. We got robotics, typing in the chat. We got drones. We have nano-nuclear. We have alternative energy. I'll type in solar as well. We have autonomous, kind of a subsector. We have AI, of course. We have quantum computing. I'll just say quantum. What else? That's really, really hot and interesting right now. That's a good start. So I just hit enter and you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 9 sectors right there that I believe are top-down sectors that will continue to be hot. So what you want to do, and anybody else listening, is just ask AI, please give me a list, and then plug those into a watch list. Let me show you this. Here's what I can give you. All right, this one's called my 401k high-low. This is basically all of my favorite stocks. And instead of just a static list over here, I've got things happening. 15-minute high in Oklo. Okay, so maybe the nano nukes. 15-minute high in NASDAQ and SPY. That's good. So this is kind of my pulse in addition to the compare count. I'm surprised we don't have any. We have no pullbacks to the 5 SMA. So that's why my strategy is not firing today. And I don't really have another strategy to offer. So here's what I can do. I'm going to give you this scan, and then you plug in whatever stocks you guys find on that AI search just into this basic scan. And here's all it is. It's just new high, new low, 15 high, 15 low, 30-minute high, 30-minute low. And that can give you a real good market pulse. And of course, your symbol list is whatever list you want to plug those into. You have to create your own symbol list. But here it comes. There's the shell, if you will, of the scan. And look what I'm seeing right now. I'm long this market, and I'm seeing nothing but green come through this ticker. That's really what it is. It's a ticker, and it's telling me, hey, good things are happening if you're long. If you're short, you better be damn careful. Here's SMR. Here's NXE. So all of these, alt stocks are coming through. Lovely. And again, an important consideration, I have no interest in selling NXE here anytime soon because I think it's closely tied to what UUU has already showed us it can do. 2 or 3 days of just complete insanity. So because of that, I'm going to try and do what everybody says you have to do. Hold on to your winners. No problem, Funky Fred. Questions are good. That's why we're doing this. Okay. How does the chart wind up on your radar in the first place? Are moving averages just the tools? Again, watch that. Fred, watch that link I dropped above. If you haven't watched it yet, it's a YouTube. Just open it and then tab it for later. Because I kind of go over, a lot of this stuff. You have to be aware of who the players are. And then you have to be aware of the pecking order, who's the leader and who's the stragglers. second tier, etc. And then it's very important to notice, I love it when things close on 3 or 4 days of weakness. UAVS is a perfect example. So I played UAVS on here. I got a chunk out of that. And then once you see this, it's like, oh boy, step aside. This is really important. Day 2, step aside. Rarely do I see day 2 of red candle pullbacks bounce. I need at least 3 days. Okay, so we got 3 days of UAVS. And then, of course, I wanted nothing to do with anything on Friday. Oversold. All of a sudden, a stock that I love just shoved it back down the throat of everybody involved. And look at this. It's almost like a perfect trend line, too. So I didn't have any cash yesterday, which is a funny story. It was a bank holiday, and I wasted all my cash on Friday. And you'll see from that video, as I talk about T+1, I didn't have any dry powder to work with yesterday. So I was forced to not trade yesterday, and that's okay. Got a gap down today, and I thought, oh, well, maybe we have an opportunity. And so far, so good. But to answer your question, I'm strongly aware of the drone stocks, and I'm strongly aware that UAVS is probably going to be a good player. And you'll never see me buy this candle to establish a new position. You're just asking for 3 or 4 days of pullback. But when these things close after 4 solid days of pullback, guess what? I'm coming in the next day almost eager to watch a few sectors to see how those sectors do. And then I play it from the top down. Okay, these sectors look strong. That's my narrowed focus today. That's my narrowed focus. There's no need to chase anything else. You want to just play what the big fish are playing, and you want to ride along next to them. All right, let's take a look at IREN. Forgot about this one. Oh, wow, what a trend. Yeah. Data processing. So there's your data processing. And why are all the alt energy running and the uranium stocks running? Because we need energy to run these things. Otherwise, we're all going to be paying out the nose to share energy with these data centers, and nobody wants that. SOAR is a stock that I couldn't trade yesterday, and I've been watching it. So I got locked out of this one. But why was I watching SOAR? Because it just seemed like it was part of the drone class. Definitely a straggler, barely a drone stock, but it could be. But 52% short on 5 million shares. This was a recipe for what it did. And what did I just say? I'm not going to be one to come in and chase it. I just said, F it. I missed it. Next. Every day, there's new opportunities. You were able to grab some Friday. Okay, let's take a look. So I would assume you're still in it. So look what trade ideas just drew for you. I mean, if you're still in it, you might want to consider taking a chunk of it off at that 70R resistance level, because you're going to have to expect that people are going to be defending that level. RUM is one I probably should have bought, but I didn't. This one's gotten the best of me this year. Just can't get going. You have the video queued up. Great. Now, anybody that watches that video, feel free to shoot me a question. Just info@trade-ideas. It'll find me. All right, AEVA. That means I think a buy stop might have just triggered. I think I might have just bought more AEVA. Let's see. It's getting close. 1740 is my. So when this goes off, that means I'm adding to AIVA. And this is important because I'm dipping my foot in the water. It's not showing me anything, but this is another autonomous sensing vehicle, robotics, drones. This is the hot sector. So all of a sudden, people are looking around, they're picking around going, okay, I got to find a drone stock. I got to find an autonomous robotic stock. Oh, look, this AEVA. Oh, wow, it's got 25% short. And it's in a giant wedge pattern. This might just be getting going. So I'm 4 cents away from 2 cents away. And I'd be adding another third. So I've got 2/3 already. And I'm trying to finalize my position. And you see how that's an anticipation? I'm not waiting for it to break out and chase it. I'm watching it and understanding that it is a autonomous vehicle, hot sector stock, coiling up and starting to make some noise. Let's take a look. RB, same sector. Is really, oh yeah, it's a nice looking chart. Look at the daily chart on this one. It's beautiful. Big push, pullback, giant push. 1, 2, 3 days of pullback, and then rocketing off the 10-day SMA. This is a good one. And more importantly, it reclaimed the 5-day, pushed through it. Any pullback into this rising 10 SMA is an entry, because you've got the sector, robotics. You've got the confirmation of all the technicals. I'm not interested down here, but up here above the 5-day moving average, all of a sudden it gets interesting. It's just a matter, do you want to chase this little blip right here, or do you want to maybe catch it as this thing comes up to greet it? So yeah, good one. Watch what I'm going to do here. I'm going to click the heart button on that. And what that does is it sends RB down to my lower left. Watch my liked symbol here. So now I know that this is a new addition to the team of robotics. You've also got RR robotics. You've got Serve. SYM is the big one. Top tier is SYM. Look how strong this thing is. 4 or 5 days of sideways action. This is why I use the 10-day SMA. Look how clean this is. Doesn't get much cleaner than that. So the idea is, when you see these strong stocks pull back to the daily 10 SMA, you have pretty good risk reward. And these are where I like to take my chances, rather than everybody else who's waiting for the coast to be clear. You're just kind of creating a really messy entry up here. It's much better to be able to start to learn how to anticipate and then participate and then do what I just did and add to. Still didn't add to it. It's close. And XE, I told you, I think it's gonna pull a UUU on me. So I have no interest in getting out of NXE, at least midday. As UUUs wants to go back to highs, it's probably really going to drag this up. But I'm not saying enter. This is not an entry point. This is something that I've already been in. Chasing it right here, you're begging for a quick pullback, so you have to be aware of that. Also, when you see a congestion area as long as this is, as protracted as this is, that just adds even more fuel, for this rocket to move quickly, because there's a lot of pent-up people taking bets left and right, and then the longer the consolidation, the higher the push. All right, well, you guys have been, or at least this session has been good luck so far. It's not robbing me, it's helping me. Yes, every single stock that I pull up today that I've traded, I've looked at the relative volume. I want to see it at least increasing. It doesn't have to be above 1, but I want to see it increasing. So, I mean, here's an interesting one. So, like PSLV, like I was talking about, is kind of an unknown name. Relative volume is quiet, but it's moving. But then you've got what everybody else chases, SLV. Ooh, 2.0, 2.1 relative volume. So it's definitely in play. That UUU, 3.86 volume. So my NXE has 2.0 relative volume. That's good. AMTX that Andy showed me, the 1.6, that's good. ANGX, my little funny IPO. Not much data to work with, but that's a good looking pattern. And then UAVS was 0.7 earlier, and now it's moving higher through the 1. So I like that. My last one, Kodak, we'll keep an eye on this, right? If it moves up through this consolidation, there's my AEVA, and I just heard audible buy alert. So now I have a full position in AEVA by way of a buy stop. I wasn't even having to look at it. Please teach us how you, okay, so the trade wave, you can do one of 2 ways. I can just use it with the stocks that I want to use. And by the way, I think I'll turn it on both. So we'll turn on both daily and intraday, 15-minute. And so the trade wave balances or calculates off of those respective time frames. Now, we've got a double signal here in AEVA. It's not a bad signal, still pretty early. Buy signal on the daily came in yesterday. So we're a go on that time frame. And then zooming into the intraday, we've got a buy. So it just took the stock that I identified, I know I like, but now for a newbie or a newer trader, you're getting this extra bit of confirmation that you're on the right side of the buy tag. And you're still below a key resistance point. So this is kind of what I was talking about, anticipate and then participate. And then if it does break out, then all of a sudden I'm looking left to start figuring out where to start selling some. All right, sounds good, Free Shark. Okay, so that's step one, Kamal. You can use it to overlay the stocks that you're in or thinking about going in. If you want to take it to, I don't know what to do, we do have kind of a simple scan, and it's in the new Market Explorer menu right here. And all you have to do is just locate it. Select strategy. I'm going to do Trade Wave daily. Weekly is too much, and 5 minutes is too fast for me. There's no 15-minute. But what you can do is go Trade Wave daily, and then you'll get a list here of ideas sorted by the time. So we can go say Walmart just had a buy tag this morning. There it is, B, and look, it's breaking out. So if you're a swing trader and you're looking for ideas, well, these are the most freshest ideas you're going to find. They're all going to have buy tags on the daily chart. So that's how I would recommend. And again, if you're a new trader, the trade wave is really underutilized, I think, by a lot of newer traders. They're not aware of it. Now, I heard that Powell was supposed to be speaking today. Did anybody catch anything? Did he say something and goose the market? Because I'm seeing nothing but green come through. Oh, beautiful. These uranium plays are on. I just want to sit in NXE and don't do a thing. Oh, you guys are talking to each other. Okay, got it. I was confused. Can I talk about the money machine? Yes. So I tried to run the money machine earlier on my particular scan, and I don't have anything coming through. Let's stop it. Let's just try something for the sake of it. Let's try and fade. So I was trying to buy pullbacks, and apparently there's no pullbacks. So if I want to do short fade it, I could say fade the 130 on my version 5. Now all of a sudden I'm going short, right there, short. Let's save that. And just like I said, in the interest of trying to get some positions, start. We might get some here. I think we will. Okay, so 3 shorts just popped in. Now, if I pull them up, they're probably all going to be tucked up underneath. There they are, the 5 SMA. Now, who I was talking to earlier about those targets, watch, I'm going to click the target button. And then if you zoom out a little bit, sometimes you can really grab what's not in view. I'll tighten that stop on the short, and we will increase our target to the downside. And this is how I utilize my money machine experience. Now, again, I'm going on the short side to try and get some fills. We spent 30 minutes with nothing coming into the long side, but that's by design. That's how I have it created. FRGO, PRGO, excuse me. So you see how they're all bouncing up into this is what my contribution to the money machine is. This is my configuration to try and, there's a target, to try and help newer traders visually assess why it's, right underneath that 5-day, why it's doing it, what it's doing there, and then tighten the stop visually. I'm not using, very important point, I'm not using these settings. These are just starting points for me. I'm not trying to massage these into the perfect number set. You're never going to get that. To me, the best way to manage is individually. Every chart is a case-by-case basis. No, I like my 15-minute charts. I know what you're saying. I could easily go to the 30 minutes using the same 65 frame, but I like my 15. And so back to the mining machine, all I'm doing is I'm framing these visually, setting my downside target, setting my tight stop above the 5-day moving average, and then set it and forget it. And again, this is another thing that it doesn't require a lot of babysitting. You don't have to stare at it, but you can move on and do emails and do other things and know that you're protected. All right, so I mentioned I'm in this UAVS, right? So I fully expect sellers to pop in here. I'm not going to do anything, but it's becoming an area of interest to watch what happens at that level. Which ones are momentum stocks? You're talking about the ones not on the Market Explorer that I showed you? Which ones are you talking about? The top gainers. Top gainers in the money machine, I'm not a fan of, because you're going to be, he's nice to the market, good. Yeah, be nice to, okay. You're going to be chasing top gainers. And that's why I don't like that strategy. That's why I kind of created and configured the opposite. I don't want newer traders to get in trouble. So I want them fading shorts and I want them buying pullbacks. Top gainers, you're just going to be chasing momentum. And I'm personally, I don't know when you guys, are able to test these things. That's the whole point of testing it, is to see how those things work out. For me, I just get a nice slow grind on the simulated, no more than 5 positions here. And in this case, I'm shorting an up market and they're not really getting away from me. But it is what it is. Let me turn off all that noise, because it's too much noise for me, the trade wave. And let me start looking at a couple of my positions. The NXE is doing exactly what I hoped. Okay. I just out of curiosity, it's probably a buy tag on the daily. On trade wave. It's been a buy tag since back here. It hasn't even broke. So it came very close to breaking. It's probably a buy tag on the intraday. There it is, buy tag. So again, newer traders, I can't stress enough, that's a great tool to just overlay on your positions to see what the statistics say about your trade. So big green candle, the NASDAQ is running right up underneath. We're probably going to have this test today. And this is really what it's going to come down to. If we fail, I'll have to take some off the table. If we go through, I'll try and hold on for some more and then see how we close. All right, guys, let's see. How do you set stops and exits so they don't operate and I manually use charts for? So you basically, I just set mine with basic parameters, 1%, 1.3% stop. And these mean, again, these numbers are just a starting point for those buy tags to come in. And then once they come in, all of my targets and stops are done visually. I don't use the numbers because every stock chart is going to be different. How would you play that retest as a short? I would probably find out, I would find out what's weak. NVIDIA kind of stuff is weak. IONOQ, that kind of stuff is weak. And so if the NASDAQ bounces up and fails, you'd want to look down to see what's already weak and has bounced up, into that level. Or you can just, play the The inverses, I forgot what they are. Quid. That's when you can go opposite the NASDAQ on the quid. SDS, you can go opposite the SPYs on the SDS. My biggest holding is this PSLV. I just think that this, and I'll take this into the aftermarket if I have to. I can always get out up until 5 o'clock p.m. That's my biggest, I'm trying to ride that wave. And then the NXE is the next biggest one I'm trying to ride. This is the uranium play. And then this is AMTX is the, trying to sell some of this 8 cents higher, which would be nice. I'm talking to you guys, I'm just, hopefully that triggers and take a little bit off. Oh, here comes UAVS right into the battle zone. So I'm just going to watch it and see what happens. If I freak out here and just say, I take my profits here, then I'm forgetting kind of the big picture that is the reason I'm in this thing. I waited patiently for an entry. So I feel like if I can give this thing a couple days, we might get that. I don't think I would short this market. I mean, if you do, there's nothing wrong with doing it, Mighty Mouse, because you're doing it at the right spot. You're giving yourself the best risk reward. And if you're right, you feel like a hero. If you're wrong, it's a paper cut and you go, okay, well, I tried. I could have been right. And I'd have been happy with myself if I was right, but I swung the bat and you reminded yourself that, no matter what happens, you can manage your risk. It's all mental. All right, guys, I'll be here another 10 minutes or so. I still see nothing but green coming through my ticker. This is just very important. This scan right here. If I saw nothing but red coming through, I probably would be really focusing on what's not working. But as long as green is coming through and I'm long, there's no need to sit there and babysit and drool over your P&L. Just let things work. As far as sectors go, you can see over here, this is a sector, and what's at the top? And I kind of neglected to mention this when somebody asked earlier. You can drop ETFs into a watch list, just like I've dropped individual names into scans. And, that is to say, it tells me immediately that the change from the open, URA, is where all the money's flowing. This is the unbelievable, frothy, parabolic move now we're seeing in these uranium stocks, of which I hope they take NXE a lot higher. So obviously Powell has not done anything to derail the market. So respectively speaking, the SPY and the NASDAQ are right about the same spot. They got their head just ready to bump up underneath a very critical area of interest. It's really going to shape the entire day as far as I'm concerned. We look at the daily, we're at yesterday's highs, we're underneath the 20. Technically we're under the armpit of all these daily moving averages. And so that's kind of guilty until proven innocent, as Brian says. But it doesn't mean you just panic out here. It just means I'm going to sit and watch and see what happens. I do expect some sort of a midday pullback. I mean, at some point, you have to get some sort of a breather. It's rare for stocks. You just run in one direction all day. Yes, I can share. I'll share the shell. Here's the actual framing of what I've used. And then what I'll do is I'll pop the sector thing up here in the screen. I can't make it any bigger, but you guys can open it up. And you can see there's nothing more than ETFs. And the important thing, and it'll come through on that cloud link I just gave you, is that it is sorted by change from the open. So that negates any big gaps. I don't want gaps. I want to know, did something gap down and all of a sudden it gapped down for a reason so money can pour back into it? Well, change from the open will light up first. So definitely important. And then you're free to add in any that you want. I'm probably missing a lot. But this does help me kind of look down and just reaffirm what's been strong since the open. That's the operative word. It's kind of a funky way I can drop them in, but they're not spaced out. Symbol list. ETFs. So I'll drop these in and just know that they're all 3-letter ETFs. Oh, they came through. Nope, at least they didn't space. The low float, no, but let me give, I don't have a list for low float. I do have a list for high short float, which is this one over here, this tree map. Everything on this tree map is going to have a high short float. That SOAR might be done for the day. But let me give you this one as well before I have to run. And this is just a top list. Okay, that was weird. Here we go. A top list has been turned into a tree map. And you can always turn the tree map off and see exactly kind of what the top list is. Ah, PSLV on high. That's good news. So now I look on PSLV and Trade Ideas has drawn. This is a critical. If you're short silver right now, you're probably freaking out if this line gets taken out. And Patrick, I have kind of a Schadenfreude vision of JP Morgan and Bank of America and their silver desk traders who have had their way with paper silvers and COMEX, and they've basically just lost the game. I would love to see the look on their face right now. Hey, thank you. Nice. ChatGPT to the rescue. Look at you using the technology. Come on. Great job. Share that for everybody. Yeah. So Yale, you're going to have to create a top list. I'm sorry. You're going to have to create a symbol list. And there's a couple ways to do that. Tools, symbol list, create new list, give it a name, and then you can start populating in there. Editing that list is a different story, but to get you started, tools, symbol list, create new list. And then once you've dropped those symbols in that list, look at what you do. You right click and any configuration window will look the same, but you want to go to symbol list and then you find it down here. You find it and then enable it and then check it. So my symbol list is called ETF. You can call yours whatever you want, but then once you go to configure, you assign that. And then all you're going to see are those ETFs. All right, go PSLV. So right now the shorts might be getting ready to lose it. I've got the futures up over here. Patrick, I've been watching them closely on a 30-minute chart. So if the futures take out this level back here, 51.11, it could be on during market hours, which would be nice. So here's PSLV trying to take out that high, that resistance that Trade Ideas has drawn for us. Look at this. So I was mentioning earlier that SLV, look at the difference. People are starting to notice that SLV is garbage. It's paper. It's what B of A and JP Morgan are creating out of thin air. Slowly but surely, the story is going to be, yeah, but do you own physical? Well, if you can't get physical, then the Sprott Physical Silver Fund allows you to have like a participation of this fund, and you know that it's been audited. they can vouch that it's 1 for 1. And already it's up 0.67%, where SLV can't even go red to green yet. That's telling me something, that this story is just probably starting to unfold. I've been waiting for this day, quite honestly. Patrick knows it. We've both been waiting for this day. Silver and uranium and alternate energy. That's the story of today. That plug still looks good, dang it. But you know what? Here's why I talked myself out of it. When something has run 200% in a short amount of time, it's just, I don't know. I have a hard time jumping on board. Sometimes those die on you. All right, guys, if you got any last questions, you better send them in because I got to run here soon.
You can run right now.
Oh, I can run right now.
Right now.
Did you see that play last night on baseball? The catch, not catch, force out, not force out.
Are you talking about the grand slam that wasn't?
Yes, everybody running around like it was Little League.
You know, I didn't see it because I turned it off in the bottom of the ninth, or the top of the ninth, so I didn't see it. But I'll definitely look at it. I saw a headline saying you got to see this, so I'll take a look at it.
All right, one more time. It's under Tools, Yale, symbol list, and then just create. Yeah, and then create a new list, and then from there you can attach that new list of symbols. All right, sounds good.
Okay, thanks, Steve.
See you guys next. I'll see you Friday. Actually, Andy and I are switching. So.
Okay, cool. Okay.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, guys, just give me one moment. I am back in both rooms now. Just give me one moment. Okay, guys, I think I've got everything going now. And so the SBH trade has worked out very nicely for me, just to show you. I kept this, as I said, I kept this even though Powell was talking. I didn't think it would be that dynamic. And it wasn't. So excellent. Remember, I'm in at around just over 15. It was 15.06 actually. And I did take some off right in this area, which is a little bit over 42 cents. So on a risk reward level, that is like a 7-to-1, okay? Or 1-to-7 risk reward. And I still have some left. This went a lot more than I thought it would. The next high looking left is 15.59. I'm certainly aware of that 15.50 mark. But yeah, I mean, it turned out to be a mini rocket ship to be, if you just look at risk reward. So who knew, Sally Beauty Holdings could do something like that. Well, Shady, I can't believe you're not talking about SPRB right now. I mean, I still have some of that. The SPRB, and holding diligently for that 500. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to type it in the room. So maybe we'll challenge 200 again. I know we challenged it a couple of days ago. Challenge it right. Oops, wrong symbol. So we challenge it right here. You see how it got like almost to 200. I actually, and I traded some out. There's no, I didn't take out 200, but here we go. Well, I know, but you always like to put a little fire sign or something beside the stocks that you're in that are working well. So I thought I would just let people know that this is still pulled all the way back down to 151 yesterday. Anyway, yeah, just letting it cook, as you said. In fact, this little jump it made here, because the spread was like 170, 177 for the longest time. And all of a sudden, I mean, it's still not a great spread, but it's a whole lot better. And the volume came in, a little bit of volume came in. Low float, million in the float. It hasn't not been adjusted. I'm surprised it hasn't been adjusted yet. But we have 530, but you're saying it's a million now. But it's super low for a $184 stock. That is super low. That's why it can be very volatile. But I hope it volatiles all the way up to 500. Meanwhile, take a look at TMQ. A little bit choppy. I mean, it had the nice move down, and then it all the way almost back up to 10. But 10 is, as we speak anyway, is proving to be a bit of a impedance. I might be getting set, guys, to get out of my SPH. It's just sort of, I'm not going to get out of yet, but this is, in fact, I might do it now. Let's see what it looks like on a 1 minute chart. See if it's turned orange on the 1 minute chart. Not quite, but I think I'm going to get out of it now. There's the little orange. Okay. So I'm going to get out of it right now. SPH was a nice trade for me anyway. By the way, all you people in YouTube, it kept saying, thanks, Chris. That was Steve Gomez, not Chris, in the YouTube room. Now you can see kind of what happened here, guys. That purple line on the chart, that's a daily high somewhere. Let's take a look at tell you what day that was or what week it was anyway. So this week here, or this day, I was looking at here. It was looking right there. So that's yesterday's high. Is he still talking? So he's been talking since 12:20. Who's he talking in front of? I asked that question. I didn't get an answer. Who's he talking in front of? Is it in front of your house or something? Or not your house, William, but or is it just a general? Like where is he talking?
Sorry, I don't understand.
National Association of Business Economics. Okay. Thank you, GB. Perfect circle. Well, I almost can't lose. Obviously, I'm gonna keep cheering for the Jays, but it doesn't look good. But Mariners were my second team, so yeah. But second, like the Jays are way above, but you know what? It is what it is. All right, guy. Okay, how about Matt V here? Matt V, MATV, just over a whole number. You know, I love these, just over a whole number. But when you look left, not enough room, so discount that one. I did look at the FWRG a little earlier. Hmm. Here's American Airlines again, guys. AAL. Well, it's had a nice day today, actually. 11:52, 12:21. That's a good day for American Airlines. Take a look at Jets, the ETF for the airlines. See what it's doing. Probably with energy prices, with energy. Yeah, actually it's a better move than AAL, 3.4%. My guess is that XLE is falling. Actually, not much. I thought maybe oil prices were tanking a bit, no pun intended. All right, guys, it is now 1:04. So what I'm going to do is just give me a moment. Okay, guys. Well, it's Tuesday, and you know what that means. Well, RC, I was thinking that maybe G Wave, but it's just too erratic for me. I was thinking you're talking about a late day runner. I saw it just over 17, around 17:20. I thought, well, maybe this will get going, but again, I think it's just a little too erratic. So let's see if there's. That's the only one I really had my eye on. But you can see what it's doing. Let me bring it up. G Wave. See, I actually thought. See, I had a price alert up in this area. I thought, okay, getting over 17, 21, kind of taking out this area. It did pop a bit, but it just came right back down. So, uh, I mean, anything is possible, I suppose. I mean, maybe if it stops here, but this is got up to $24. So I don't know. I don't have the same faith in it that I had. Well, back here, and I'm not really seeing it. I'm not really looking at anything else. I mean, the SBLX, I thought maybe, but it also has had a huge pullback. I thought the last time I looked, it was just getting over 6, in this area, but it's pulling back again. Okay, guys, let me talk a little bit about my homepage. I believe that the promo codes are done tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. That was what the email said. Sometimes they're a day longer, but to be safe, if you do want to take out a subscription to our premium service, an annual, you'll get 30% off, 22% off the premium monthly. Remember, the monthly is only good for the first month, and 15% off monthly standard, again, only good for the first month, or 15% off an annual standard. So those are the three promo codes we have going right now. And all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use my code. Helps to keep the rooms free. The company tracks the promo codes. They see my code being used enough, they'll keep the rooms free. Those of you on YouTube, if you want, there is another room. For those of you on YouTube don't know, there's another room we call it the trading room. A lot more action in there, a lot more interaction amongst traders. You can stay in YouTube if you want, of course, but if you do want a little more interaction amongst traders, then you just click on my homepage link, go down to the trading room. And what I would do, just save my link, okay? Because you have to do this every day. And for those of you who are coming to the room every day, I think that's what you say you do, right, William? You save my link, and that's how you get into the room every day. And if you keep scrolling down, Steve Gomez, who was hosting the YouTube between 12 and 1, he is the originator of the Trades of the Week. And he didn't have one this week. He said basically keep in cash. But you can sign up for it right here. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? Because it could be there. Last, you click on my homepage link, click on the education section, because this is the very first thing you have to do if you do take out a subscription. You're getting started with trade ideas, okay? 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas, I would start off on the second video. This should give you an idea, good enough idea, about whether or not this is the type of program you might like, even to try us for a month, okay? Back to basics. If you're new to trading, free series of videos for you. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to have access to the Back to Basics. Free series of videos if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, here they are, middle section, here they are. So I've got a few that you can actually see, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. You can see these, but they're just not on my homepage. If you want them, just ask me. These are large cap movers up, large cap movers down. Here's the halts resumes, very active today. Here's what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. And as you can see, I do have some other scans that I'm sharing. I don't have them up and running, but you can certainly take a look at them. The momentum scan, gap scan, and the Pepe combo scan. Why don't I have them up and running? I like looking at these races. It gives me a watch list of things just to watch all day long. And I also have our AI up, of course. Oh, you actually go to, I thought you said you saved my homepage. All right, guys. So what is the time? 1:11. So William, now that we're getting more and more into earning season, are you going to keep the room open a little bit later or still 3:30? I think you kept it open to about 3:45 yesterday, didn't you? I don't shut this down because remember what happened the last time I was doing that? It wasn't 3:30 to 3:45. Okay. So guys, I usually take off sometime around 2 o'clock. I'll always stay later if there's some questions. Okay, so if you have questions, we'll stay later. Otherwise, I'll take off sometime, between 2 and 2:15 or ish. What William says, he'll keep the main room open between 3:30 and 3:45. I do have to shut YouTube down though. So Rich, did you put that link in there for any specific reason? Oh, I see. Well, I'd rather people did it from my homepage. How's that? Because then, you can always see what the latest promos are if you're thinking about a subscription or you're looking to upgrade or do something with your subscription. So if you come to my homepage, you'll always see it. You are more than welcome, Carlos. All right, guys, let's see if I can find anything else. Boy, this wolf. Oh boy, this was. The only other I do have a scan up. It's the small gap breakout, and this showed up really well, quite early. Well, actually, not that early. 9:53. This is what I'm talking. Not many today. Interesting. Not too many today. Well, there it was, 14:36. This one I think has been moving a bit. This Lance 55.70, just a bit though. Not nothing. Just nothing huge. A bat. Okay, you're saying it's a new high. Yeah, it is. Well, it's 1066 now. American Battery. Okay, you asked about something that might have a run. Okay, I mean maybe TMQ. Okay, RC. You who asked that question, RC Bremen. Who asked that question? Yeah, RC. Yeah. So if you look at this one, I mean, it had a nice run all the way up to 11:23 or so. You can kind of see that if it can take out 10 again, it's a big float though, so that's the only thing. I don't know how big a run it could be, but it is a big float. But if you know what, I'll put a price alert over 10, maybe around 10:08, 10:12 or so, and see if it gets there. Number one, it's still hanging over the VWAP. It's up 49%. So even with that float, at a big run, of course, it's a metal play. So yeah, so TMQ is, I suppose, it's a possibility. Okay, guys, no questions. So I'm not really looking to do too much now. It's gonna be, it's gonna be an interesting day tomorrow. We had a beautiful comeback today. Let's see if it can hold tomorrow and move. All right, so Monica is talking about AQMS. So let's see, in a fairly $4 range. Let's take a look at it. AQMS. So it's possible could be one that could run, I suppose. Low float. Now this is a low float, 1.8 million in the float. Well, something might be brewing, guys. Here, I mean, this is this SP. I'm not saying to take the trade now, but I mean, this SPRB, which usually has such a wide spread, is tightened up quite a bit. Struggling with loading a symbol list. Okay. When you say loading it, okay, couple things. Have you been able to create one? Number one, Yael. Yael, you're back. Have you been able to create a symbol list? Okay. So let me I'll just pick this one, okay? It doesn't matter. So when you say loading, so you understand that you have to attach a symbol list to either an alert window or your top list window. Okay? You understand that? You have to attach it. Because when you say loading, so for instance, let's say I wanted to attach a symbol list to this. Not that I would ever do that, but I'm just using this for demonstration purposes. So if I right click on the alert window and then click on configure, okay. Now you see where it says symbol list, and that'll be the same if it's a top. Probably it's more like a top list window that you're doing this on, but it doesn't matter whether it's an alert window or a top list window. You'll get this. You'll get symbol list as an option. So you click on it. Okay. Now add existing list. If you say you have created a symbol list correctly and you click on add existing list, you should see it here. If you've only done one or two, I mean, you should see it immediately. If you don't see it when you click on add existing list, then that means you have not created it correctly. So let me know if when you click on add existing list, if you see it. I don't know what you named it, of course, but obviously my symbol list is completely different from you do see it. Okay, great. So the next step is you left click on it and that will highlight it. Okay. And then it gets moved over. When you left click, it moves over into this column. So we're able to do that. Left click on it, and then it moves over into this column. That's where it has to be. And again, if you haven't created very many, you're going to see it almost immediately. You do see it? Okay. So now, remember, we started the exercise from either an alert window or a top list window that you want your symbol list attached to. So now what you do, This is a drop-down menu. At the very top, it says all symbols. Okay, what you want to do is click the little down arrow and say only the following list. Oh, just all you have to do is just literally just left click on it. Like left click and it'll move over. These are already moved over. I can see because they're sort of highlighted in light blue. But all you have to do is find, like if you say you found it, just left click on it and it'll automatically move over into this column. Like if I did this, something that like a Battle of the Bears, okay? Watch, I'm gonna left click on it, left click on my mouse, of course, left click on it, and you see how it moved over. Battle of the Bears is here now, okay? So it's really simple. You just find it and left click on it and it'll move over to this column. When you say load, you mean you're not seeing it in this column? Because there's another step, okay? This is just the step to get it over into this column. So I have to ask the question again. Do you see it in this column that I'm pointing at? Okay, you do see it. Okay. Now, see where it says all symbols? It's a drop-down menu. So you your little down arrow, you click on the down arrow, and you see now you have some options. Only the following lists. Only the following list. You check that, and then you check it. You check, you said it moved over, you just check it because what you're asking it to do is only look at that list. Okay, you do see it and you checked it. Okay, let's say you checked it. Now you say okay, I think maybe a couple of times, and then now it's attached. It is now attached to how, like from wherever you started, either an alert window or a top list window, etc. Okay, now it's attached to it. Now you can attach a symbol list to as many different, it's not just limited to one. Okay, so once you check it, as long as you've picked only the following lists in that little drop down menu, only the following lists, and then check it, then it gets attached. Now, how you monitor it is up to you. Well, the symbol list actually is just a list. It doesn't use commas. Symbol list will look like, whoops. So here's like it will look like this, just a list of stocks, no commas. Now, I have never tried, typing in a list and then comma. Typically it's just usually you're either going to type the ones you want, or you're grabbing it from something and able to copy a column of stocks and put it in. Okay, but you see the symbol, so you can. I don't know what you're using for your symbol list. Like what it is. Okay. And then this is how you edit your symbol list also. You have to go to tools and then go to symbol list and then find it. Now, again, if you haven't created too many, so you excluded symbols as an example. So you highlight it and then edit the list, and here's your list. Here's a list, and now you can edit the list, add and subtract symbols, and then just say okay. Don't forget to save your work, okay? Don't forget to save your work. At the very least, file, exit, and then it's going to say, do you want to load this when you exit? Do you want to load this layout that you've got up and running? Do you want to load that the next time you load trade ideas? Okay? So don't forget to save your work. Okay, good. Hopefully, I'm glad that worked. Last question from our YouTube room. What is your take on NTSK? NTSK. I don't know that one at all. So let's take a look at it. NTSK. Netscope. I don't think I've ever brought this one up. One of the reasons, well, okay, it had decent volume yesterday, I guess. No volume today, though. Relative volume is only 0.27, but I guess this was this an IPO back here? Looks like it was an IPO back here in what date is that? September 18th. Looks like this was an IPO, I guess. Had a nice run up to 28. But my take is sort of blah. I mean, not really doing much. Just kind of, it's not in a sector that is that active right now. Not that every stock that you take has to be in a super active sector, but I mean, obviously metals, mining, rare earth, AI, crypto, some of the crypto plays. This is cloud-based security solutions. I'm not saying, but when you look at a daily chart like this, I don't see anything, to be honest. Maybe if you put a price alert at 24.25, the high right there, maybe it gets running again. I don't know. What happened today, I'm sure. STI is halted. Ooh, it's halted on the way up, isn't it? Yeah. Well, my take is I wish I were in it now. That's my take. STI, and there's your potential open at 30.51 above the halt price. Big day yesterday. Equally, almost as big today, not quite in terms of a percentage move, but still massive, great continuation. Though you wouldn't necessarily have thought so. Here's where it closed. It closed at 21 and it got down to 15.43. So, I mean, you wouldn't have necessarily thought that it was going to take out that high or that close of yesterday and keep running and then take out the high. Ah, that's right. That's why I remember now. I don't think I didn't trade this one yesterday. This is not, as Monica has pointed out, not tradable at Interactive Brokers. They prevent us from trading this one. And see the big red? Not only will they not look for shorts, it's not shortable at all, not available. I'm surprised that some of these ones that they don't let you trade aren't also the red, not available shorts. That's not necessarily the situation, though. That's again, that's only Interactive Brokers. Okay, I cannot speak for any other broker. I'm sure if you've got Centerpoint, Cobra, or Trade Zero, you probably have shorts available. But I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. Meanwhile, where did it open? Wow, what a pop. What do they do again? I think they had some news yesterday. No, even that. Well, I'm not in it anymore. But SBH little takeout at 15.50. They had some news yesterday, as I recall. STI. That's why it popped. It's battery play. That's right. It's some kind of a battery play. So this morning they said that they would maybe not do a financing. They're not going to do that will substantially dilute the shares because there's only 1 million in the shares, 1 million in the float. So what they're trying to do is saying, well, okay, we're not going to reaffirm this commitment to, so we'll not Now that's what they say today. But you know what? This stock was $5, $5.50 2 days ago. And like most of these companies, they need money. If I were a shareholder, I'd have to be a little upset if they didn't try to do a financing as long as they got it up in this area. I mean, why not? $5 stock 2 days ago. Take advantage of the run. But they're trying to say we won't. And this was the announcement yesterday. Unveils next gen AI power supplies. That's what their news was yesterday. That caused the big spike up. Wow. Unicorn alert, Pepe. In Canadian dollars, it's an all-time high. You know what? That's good volume too for this company. That's good volume. 117,000 when there's no real news or that's good volume. That's on the American side. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. Well, the latest analyst, again, this is Canadian dollars, of course, but the latest analyst has it at and he's it's been amazing. It's come some guy from Stifle or Stifle or he's been covering Stantec for several years now, and every time he puts a price target, it seems to hit. So again, this is Canadian dollars, but 175. You too, net trade in our YouTube room. So we're at 158 right now. Just a very well run company. Well run company in the right sectors also. Water and power. I mean, my wife in the yeah, she's airport design, which is very nice and all that, and adds something to it. But it's all about water and power. All right, guys. Time is it now? 1:37. So that was the IPO today, right? The RPGL. I saw you guys talking about it. So it's priced at $4 a share. So it's really not, hasn't done much. So issued 2 million shares. So it's right at the IPO price. Maybe worth watching tomorrow. What did it get up to? Got up to $5, but pulled all the way back down. Well, it's funny. The last time I looked at URA, and it was this was what I saw at the beginning. But again, I know Steve loves the uranium plays, and he was talking about his. I think he's got any something or other as a holding, and yeah, there it goes again, all-time high now. Interesting. Got down to 53. What a jump! $5 jump. Volume is fine. Spread is well, but as perfect as you can get, almost. 2 cents, 3 cents, 1 cent. Well, it's funny because Goldman Sachs this morning, anyway, GS was negative. Let's see, it probably has rallied, right? No, so Goldman Sachs is still, it's flat. Goldman Sachs, but it has had to rally from 740 to 783. But it's still negative for the day, barely. But so Goldman Sachs and J.P. Morgan was the other one. J.P. Morgan, I think that was down. Earnings plays, yeah, still down. Now Wells Fargo did well. At least it was doing well in the pre-market. Yeah, so Wells Fargo. Look at Wells Fargo, WFC Wells Fargo. Look at that float, 3.2 billion, up 8%. That's a great move. And the other one was Citi, Citibank, Citicorp, Citigroup. All earnings plays. A great move, 4.5%. With 1.8 billion in the float. So it's interesting that Goldman and JP are still, slightly negative. FBK, more of a regional bank. This is also up. I think it's a regional bank, right, in your country, I think. FB Financial. So we're getting bank stocks today, tomorrow, and on Friday. Wait a minute, today's only Tuesday. So for the balance of the week, we'll have more bank stocks. We'll have some bank stocks next week, probably more regional. And then after that is when I get very interested in earnings plays. I don't repeat myself every 3 months, but the ones I love are what I call the second and third and even fourth tier earning type plays. I don't really care that much about. I'm not saying if you want to trade Apple or Microsoft or any of the other ones, great. I love the ones that just fly under the radar, the more obscure ones that every 3 months they kind of have their day because They do release earnings, and it could be good or bad. And that's when you can get some huge percentage moves, either up or down. Okay, guys, it's now 1:44, so I have another 15 minutes or so left, unless there are questions, in which case I will say, boy, the CRML, what a day it's had, up and down. Better watch it tomorrow. I mean, it's come all the way back. I mean, it was always very positive, even when it got down here. It's always very positive, but it has now come all the way back. Well, that's a heck of a nickname, Misfits Jiggy Math, in our YouTube room. Welcome. Wow. Okay, PCT guys, pure cycle. What's the next high? 1484. There is room. It is taken out it's at the high of yesterday now, over the whole number, inching its way up. I wouldn't call that, chasing it. It looks more like a chase on a 15-minute chart. 2-minute chart, it's, the wave is blue. As long as the market doesn't do something like put a giant red bar, probably that will not affect stocks like this. So you've got room on the daily chart anyway to 1485. Not saying it's going to get there, of course. The float is 175 million, so it's not shouldn't be crazy. It shouldn't have crazy volatility. 2.7 times normal in terms of the volume up to this time of day. Okay, misfits. I'll try to decipher what you said there. On the way, guys, here it goes. Now, you'd love to see some volume come in, a little volume bar. I'd like to see a volume bar that distinguishes itself from the previous ones. Yeah, so TMQ could do it. I mean, there it is, guys. I mean, I'm not saying to take this trade, but I mean, the longer it holds over 10, this could be RC Bremen was looking for something late. I mean, it's possible. It's not a low floater, but it's certainly in the right sector. All right, so this TMQ, the longer it holds over 10. Remember, the high of the day was way up here at 11:31. So I mean, there is room. Okay, what is this one? DEC, probably foreign pink sheet stock. I was going to say pink sheet stock. Yeah, just got halted, guys. I don't trade the pinks, but probably should put a minimum price in here. 3 cent stock. Well, sorry, yeah, 3 cent stock. No, look at TMQ. Just is stubbornly refusing to really take out that 10. All you can do is just keep putting the price alert up in that area and see, number one, if it gets there again, and then see how what it does around that area. Lululemon. Haven't seen that one for a while. Yeah, barely. Yeah, 40 cents now. High of yesterday was 170. When do they have earnings? Don't know when they have earnings. We're looking at this Mat V earlier on a 11 break. But remember, I looked left. I didn't like it because of all this potential blockages over here when you look left. FLNC over 19 again, right at the high of the day. Boy, still strong, this STI, still strong. You know what? This one has been sneaky good from our AI, the KSCP. The last when I looked at it the last time, it was right at the 200-day moving average. This probably should be watched tomorrow. I mean, the 200-day moving average is at 669, so it's right at it. Okay, right at it. Depending how it closes, I mean, if it closes, near it or a little bit above it, I mean, it still has room. 740 still has room. So I would be I'd put a price alert, maybe 670. Now, I may take it out today. Well, depends who you listen to, Harry. I mean, the big banks so I mean, I guess now we have to say that when the big banks are releasing, that is the start of earning season. I just old habits take a while. Well, it's never gonna die. Alcoa for me is always the beginning. And then the stupid banks decided to release earnings a week before. I don't know when that started. Guys, I've been in an aluminum smelter. Maybe things have changed since the last time I was in one. That is one of the when I say it's one of the intense and dirtiest type of plants you can be in. Now, dirty. I mean, they try to keep it clean as best they can, but boy, that smelting process. Lots and lots of electric power needed. I remember, well, when I studied all this stuff, the mining of bauxite. Bauxite, the big producer of bauxite was Jamaica. I don't know if that's still the case, but anybody from Jamaica in the room here today? Look at this. I mean, what a beautiful this. I mean, this is typical of a large cap move. Okay, not a lot of volatility. Looking at the DYN. You mean Little Rock? You could have said that, William. I'm not totally. Like, I'll bet you I know more American capitals than a lot of you guys in the states. Oh, maybe, yeah, maybe Mark Tony Dread, maybe. I don't think he's here right now. And I'm not trying to say how smart I am. It's just that I like geography. When I was growing up, I just liked geography and history. Pepe, don't do that to me when I just took a gulp of water. That- You just about spewed into my mic. All right, guys. Well, it's 1:57, so I'm getting set to wrap this up. Been an exciting day, guys. Big gap down, and then basically a nonstop recovery from what was it, 9:50, 9:45, nonstop recovery from 9:45. Now, this doesn't tell the whole tale. You'd have to look at a 15-minute chart at least to see what was happening in the pre-market. This was a gap down, and then it kept moving down, 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 and then the recovery from 9:45 on. Hardly any dips. All right, guys, it is now 1:59. So if there are no more questions, I'm going to start wrapping this up. First of all, thanking everybody for all the help all day long. Number one. Number two, the main room, as I call it, will be open at around 6:45 tomorrow in the morning, Eastern time, of course. I will do my best to open the YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. And then I'll get on the mic at 9 for both rooms, Eastern, all times Eastern. So if there are no more questions, I think I will take off now. So the first thing I do is mute myself in the main room and stop the screen sharing. I'm hanging around though. I'm going to be I'm going to probably do something. Might do a trade on my own. So I am hanging around. So if I do see something, I'll get back into the room. But right now, so I'm going to mute myself and stop the screen sharing. And for those of you who are in YouTube, if you want to head over to the main room, that room will still be open till from 3:30 to 3:45. And all you have to do is click on my homepage link. So you click on my homepage link, scroll down just a little bit, and then over to the right, you'll see a link to get into the trading room. Okay, that's for those of you who are on YouTube who might want to head over to the main room where there are still people. So I'll give you a couple of moments in case somebody wants to click on that link and go over there. Okay, guys, in YouTube, I'm going to end the stream now. We'll see you guys tomorrow.